Once again, I say good morning to all of us. You are all welcome to Madonna University for a very important program. Madonna is known for one thing. We begin with God and end with God. Therefore, the very first thing we have to do is to take our opening prayer.
Thank you, MC. May we rise for an opening prayer, please. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Almighty and everlasting God, omnipotent, everlasting God, your children have gathered today, this morning, for an epoch occasion, the first of its kind in this great institution. Lord, we ask you to come and be with us. Be with the DVC, Professor Martin, Oster, and Aboso, who have so many things to deliver. Today, we are talking about NextGen. Lord, you know it more than we do. We ask you to come and be with us. All that we are going to deliberate upon, we are going to teach. Come and be the chairman of this occasion. Lead us through, so that at the end, your name will be glorified through Christ our Lord. Jesus, I love you. Yours I am. Yours I want to be. Do with me whatever you will. Pray to Jesus Christ, the Savior, on whom we depend. Jesus Christ, we depend on you. I have no power of my own. When things are going well for us, we know that they have come from you, for we have no power of our own. In our trials, we rely on you. In our temptations, we trust in you. Our successes are in your hands. Our lives are in your hands. For we have no power of our own. Oh Lord, we cannot do without you. Save us from all evils, O Lord, and guide our going and our coming, now and forevermore. Amen. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit.
Thank you, Professor Natwanya. I thank God prayer doesn't have an overdose. If not, I would have said you are giving us an overdose of it. Put your hands together for Professor Natwanya for that wonderful prayer. Thank you so, so much. Please, the next thing we have on the program is our national anthem and then Madonna University anthem. Our custom is to stand up and do the national anthem as well as the university anthem. May we all rise, please. Are we ready to go? Nigerian anthem. At the count of 3, 1, 2, 3. Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. Though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians all are proud to serve our sovereign motherland. Our flag shall be a symbol that truth and justice reign. In peace or battle, honor, and this will count as gain to hand unto our children a banner without stain. O God of all creation, grant this our one request. Help us to build a nation where no man is oppressed, and the soul with peace and plenty Nigeria may be blessed. Our Madonna anthem. Born out of a desirous mind to help and promote love for education and morals. Madonna, Madonna, Madonna University, an institution with a difference, built on a hilltop of excellence and morals, citadel of learning with devoted lecturers and ever zealous students, founded by very reverend Father Emmanuel Matthew Paul Ede, entrusted into the caring hands of Father Founder and Chancellor. Environment conducive for learning, unbeatable in education and morals. Madonna, Madonna, Madonna University, a center for excellence. We hail thee, Madonna, Madonna, Madonna University, a center of excellence. We hail thee. Thank you very much. Please take your seats. You are a wonderful audience. P.S. Ma, Farm N, please, you are wanted here I'm in a place. Thank you for the way you did justice to Nigerian anthem as well as Madonna University anthem. We have proved that we are good citizens of Nigeria as well as good ambassadors of Madonna University. Thank you very much. This is a very selected audience, but suffice it to say that I still have to recognize some of our dignitaries. We are all dignified people, but please permit me not to jump protocol. I have to introduce some people to you. As I said earlier when I came, I greeted our dynamic Deputy Vice Chancellor and some other people, but this time around, I'm going to follow it serially. We have a chairman for the day. I'm afraid many of us might not know the chairman. Now permit me to introduce the chairman as Mr. Lawrence Maduabuchi Obewe. Are you here? Put your hands together. For my chairman, sir, I hope I got that. Is that Obewe? Thank you. I also want to introduce to you again as a matter of formality because we all know him, the man that makes the things to happen. I want to introduce officially the DVC of Madonna University Administration, no other person than the indefatigable, young, vibrant man. Igbo will say, Okulo Kalesia. And that is Professor Martin Osita Anaboso. May we see you full. Please put your hands together for him. Thank you so much. I also want to introduce the man that helps in any way you call him to come and help to see that things move on well in Madonna University. I'm talking of Professor Isaac Nwoye Natuanya. Please, may we see you. I'm sorry, it's like I jumped something. DVC, you didn't even correct me. I have seen the Pro-Chancellor of Madonna University, a quiet man, unassuming, but he quietly walked in. But then I say we must give honor to whom honor is due. DVC, sir, I want to bring the Pro-Chancellor to the high table. I'm talking of Sir Chris Chioma. Please, to the high table. Thank you. I have seen some of our professors here. I have seen the Dean Student Affairs in the person of Professor Cecilia Adama Eberendo. You're welcome to the program. Yes, thank you. I've also seen a professor very close to her, my own friend. I may not be able to say his friend because, like Shakespeare said, the thing that touches us should be last served. The professor right by the side of Professor Eberendo is my own personal person. Prof, please stand up, let them see you. Thank you. Put your hands together for him. I've also seen another friend of mine, a Filipino, Dr. Emiliano. Please, let him see you. Thank you. Thank you. Please, protocol, I need the names of others to be recognized. All right. Before she gets the names of those behind the DVC, permit me to announce these students. We will tell you about them later. I want to recognize Jibo Jidit Isioma. Just wave your hand. Thank you. Ibanugo Chinonso Valeria. Osunkwo Osemchuku Testimony. Ojo Opeyemi Emanuela. Ikoku Chidera. Charles Chimezie Reynald. Duru Chimere Miriam. Dire Obinna Frankie. Akachuku Perfection. If I call you, you raise your hand. Thank you. Akachukwu Perfection, Anyeji Chiso Miracle, Alozie Favor, Gineka, Duku Faith, Kwewe, Otto Benedict, Ohamchi Excel, Christian Esther, Sorrow, what? Sorrow, is that Sorrow Ibeni? I don't know. I'm sorry about it. Vincent, Joanna Uzoma, Vincent Doris Chinenye, Uzo Stephanie, Olatuwo, Oluwafemi Fobi, Nwane Bolilian, Anolue Amarachi Lucia, Nana Princess Amarachi, Orisa Kwepepe Tua Onyinyechi, Okadike Mmesoma Favor, Nke Onye Joy Chukuma, Nwadibia Efonanya Isabella, Keva Daniels, Uchechukwu Patrick Udeze, Okoye Njideka. Is that Agene Rachel Ene Wadike Benedict Chimezie? Thank you very much. Can we put our hands together for these students? Yes, maybe in due course, you will know why their names were called out. Please, people at the high table, I'm sorry. I am still waiting to get your names so that I introduce you properly. Thank you very much. While we are waiting for that, we want to call on one of us, the PA to the DVC on alumni matters, to please come forward and give us a welcome address. And that is no other person than pharmacist Ame Favor Ene. Please come forward. Your hands, please.
Good morning, all. Distinguished guests, esteemed members, mentors, mentees, you are the future leaders, honored colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Today is not just another date on the calendar. Today marks the official launch of the NextGen Mentorship and Leadership Initiative. A moment where vision meets action and raw potential meets real-world opportunity. We live in a rapidly changing world that demands fresh prospects, resilient minds, and bold action. However, great change makers are rarely self-made. They are shaped, guided, and championed by those who have walked the path before them. That is the core philosophy of NextGen. This initiative is the bridge between the immense raw talents of our upcoming generation and the invaluable wisdom of seasoned professionals. We aren't just launching a program today. We are building an ecosystem designed to cultivate the pioneers of tomorrow. At the heart of the NextGen initiative are two unwavering pillars that guides every mentorship, workshop, and project we undertake. Firstly, we have the leadership and community impact. True leadership is never just about personal success. It is about progress. We are here to develop leaders who don't just occupy seats of power, but who use their influence to lift others up and drive meaningful and sustainable change within their environments. Innovation and entrepreneurship. The future belongs to the creators, the disruptors, and the problem solvers. Through this pillar, we are fostering an entrepreneurial mindset, equipping our youth with the creativity, adaptability, and business acumen to turn bold ideas into impactful realities. To our mentors, thank you for your generosity, your willingness to invest your time, to share your insights, and champion another one's growth in the highest form of leadership. You are the catalyst of this initiative, and without you, there won't be these mentees here today. To our mentees, the next gen leaders. To our mentees, where are you guys? To our mentees, NextGen Mentorship and Leadership Initiative. I can't hear you. NextGen Mentorship and Leadership Initiative. Welcome to your launch pad. Own this opportunity. Be curious, stay hungry, and do not be afraid to challenge the status quo. You have the ideas. We are here to help you and build the execution. The best way to predict the future is to invent it. I want to extend my deepest gratitude to the organizing committee, our partners, and everyone behind the scene who worked tirelessly to bring this vision to life. Let us all create a brilliant, innovative, and impactful future together. It is now an absolute honor and privilege to declare the NextGen Mentorship and Leadership Initiative officially launched. Thank you.
Thank you, pharmacist Ene, for that brilliant welcome address. Thank you. I think the next thing on this program is still introduction of dignitaries. And I'm happy my daughter is here. Zara, please, you have to come close to me because you are going to work with me. We still have to introduce other people as they have come. Even if I won't recognize another person, the registrar of the university is here and he has to be introduced. I'm talking of Mr. Ike Ikeme. Please, sir, you are welcome to the program. I've also seen the chief security officer of Madonna University, quietly seated. You won't even know. Those people sitting around him, you have to be extra careful because any bakam you are in. I'm talking of our kind-hearted CSO, Mr. Adam. Please let him see you. Thank you. At least today, I think today you may be free. He is putting on a different kind of garment. So panel forms didn't come with him. Okay? Just married to Nahu today, but not to excess. Thank you very much. Please, I still want to have the list of those to be recognized. Zara, please come. Let me introduce you, my daughter. Come. This is one of my achievements in Madonna University. This is Miss Otibwe Chizaram Ekpere. She is my product, and she does it better than myself this time around. Zara, greet the people.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, our distinguished guests, our lecturers, and the beautiful students here. Hello to the mentees. You're very lucky that you're in that position, and make sure that you make very good use of it. Thank you to the Deputy Vice Chancellor and his amazing team for putting up this beautiful initiative, and we promise you that we won't let you down. Thank you, Dr. Mrs. Rita Kenneth Okere. Mommy, my mommy. Yes, and we're going to make this event as beautiful as it is. Thank you.
That's my wonderful daughter. Who said I have not achieved in Madonna? I think I have. I remember one certain time, there was a program known as Sunday Tonic. But unfortunately, this man couldn't train anybody to take over from him. While he was on leave, that program died a natural death. And because of that, he was asked to quit when he came back on leave. So I think that was a big lesson to me that, and I have over 20 students now that want to be like me. And I pray that God will give them their good heart desires through Christ our Lord. Thank you. The next line is the founder's address. And that address is titled, Why We Must Mentor Young Leaders Now. And I go and get that. You can do better by putting your hands together for our
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning, Prof.
Please permit me to stand on the already established protocols. An address by Professor Osita Martin and Aboso at the launch ceremony of NextGen Mentorship and Leadership Initiative on the 19th of June 2026 at Madonna University, Elele, Rivers State. In the past, our main focus has always been to train graduates through teaching and research. But today, this policy has changed. During our training session in the International Federation of Catholic Universities program, what we call IFCU, in Rome, Italy, I observed during our SWOT analysis group discussion that their major interests are community engagement and impact, to identify a specific problem in the community and solve it. So when I came back from my training abroad, I initiated a pilot skills acquisition cohort program using our MPED as a center of training. Some of our students who participated in the program for 8 to 12 weeks, though free of charge, at no cost. At the end of the program, I realized how fulfilled the interns were and the impact of the program. For example, Fam Ene Favor, Catherine Nana, Richard Eburonu, Kehinde Adelegan Felix, and so many others benefited from that program. Today, I have in return benefited greatly from the impact of that project following the automatic employment granted to the two most outstanding interns during that program, whom we know today, Fam Esther Akebasi and Fam Ene Favor Ame. Many people think that we train the youth so that they impact the future. That is the general belief. But I tell you that this is to the contrary. When you meet our NextGen Mentorship, when you meet NextGen Mentorship and Leadership Initiative, you will know that we train the mentees not to impact tomorrow, but to start impacting today. We don't only train, we build, we lead, and we impact. When I first conceived the idea of the NextGen Mentorship and Leadership Initiative, I find myself burdened by the current state of the society. People with certificates without character. And not only those with certificates, because you will hardly find people these days, especially the youth of today, who are innovative, at the same time transformative, at the same time creative-minded, and impact-making. They are rare. So this caused me to fear, knowing too well that these youths cannot compete in a globally competitive environment that is now charged with over 20% unemployment rate decline. The last report, when I was reading the Wall Street Journal, I was almost wondering what will happen. We are still lucky that we are in Africa. People, friends, people I know, many traumatized, stressed, depressed, that an institution, an organization will, on a sweep, one day, announce the sacking of over 6,000 employees in a company. No thanks to AI replacing humans. Today, it is known that in Fortune 500 companies all over the world. Furthermore, having traveled to about 5 continents of the world, I see that this crisis heavily affects our people, most especially Nigerian graduates and African society. Factors like laziness, I must emphasize, get-rich-quick syndrome, greed, pride, selfishness. I don't want to talk about corruption and other general lack of manners have collapsed our society, leaving it the way it is. That is why in Proverbs 17:16 GNT, it says, it does a fool no good to spend money on education because he has no common sense. I was drawn to this statement in the Bible. Many go around with degrees, but with no impact on the society. After saying this, some will say, I am not only educated, but I have morals. But I ask you today, what impact does that morality have on the society when it is kept to yourself? That is where NextGen Mentorship and Leadership Initiative comes in. We don't just bring character, we bring innovation, self-reliability, the ability to impact communities and to lead. Sitting back and being frustrated wasn't going to fix anything for me or anybody. That is why the initiative is important. The theme was therefore elaborately crafted, empowering young leaders through mentorship, innovation, entrepreneurship, and community impact. Because we don't just train and give certificates. We train, we empower, we connect, and we impact with emphasis. Leadership expectations. We need reorientation in areas of moral values in the society. And that has to begin now. We do not have genuine models, heroes, like in the past. Father Ede, we all know the father and chancellor of this institution is one of them. Sir Michael Okpara, the former premier of the Eastern region, and just few others. Unfortunately, our youth settle to emulate politicians and celebrities, some of whom we all know that are into drugs and so many other nefarious activities, who flaunt illegal wealth and are often morally bankrupt. Our one-time good cultural norms and values bequeathed to us by our forefathers have been eroded. For you to complete this program and do your project, you must learn and build on some of the following. This is very important now. Whether you are an entrepreneur, whether you want to do anything in life, there are certain values you cannot do without. Credibility, one of them. You have to learn what it means to build credible relationships. And these are not just what you read in the textbook or go to a library and read about. No. This is serious issues. Something you have to make, you have to be intentional about it. And with credibility, it does a lot of things for us. It's a sure way for you to get to where you want to go within the shortest possible time. How can building credibility or credible relationship help us? For instance, you want to set up a business as a young intern or a young graduate, but you don't have the money. But you've built this character, this credible character. And I have someone who has all the money, whether through the bank or through organizations. And what I'm just saying is a practical example of what has happened in the past. You now have somebody who is a mentor to you, who can say, oh, this person I know, this young man or young woman is credible. I can stand, I can vouch, and I can as well guarantee him or her. With that singular testament or undertaking, you can see yourself start doing business with big organizations. And that is one thing somebody like Koscharis did that today has kept him where he is. Respect. You must learn to respect. Respect people, respect culture. Respect. When you respect people's culture, that is when you accept people the way they are, other people's culture, diversity, because we are different. Respect is something people don't joke with. In so many cultures in Asia, go to Japan and so many other cultures. Honesty, integrity, trustworthiness, loyalty. These things are in deficit. In fact, as if it doesn't even exist anymore in our society. Loyalty is rare now. Number 6 here is gratitude. Gratitude. I tell people, one of the most expensive currency you can get is when you show loyalty and your gratitude. This will go a long way to catapult you to where you want to be. Without all these values, you cannot build lasting friendship and wealth in life. If you want to confirm what I'm saying, you go and ask those that have made it, people like Dangote, Koschari's that I've mentioned. When you have one-on-one with them, P2B, you will understand what we are talking about. But to those here who will serve as mentees, note that we are the launch pad and you are the rockets. After your training here, go, as St. Ignatius of Loyola will said, set the word on fire. And to our partners and those working with us, the partnership will not only support the initiative, but build the world that we live in. Finally, I couldn't help by thinking only, but rather decided to create and design this 6-month model with my friends that can offer a better future to our brothers and sisters to become leaders today and not tomorrow, as they always say. Therefore, we must learn to build. We must learn, build, and impact with emphasis. The impact we are talking about is real impact, because we give you all this for free, but with a commitment. Mentees, are they here? The impact we are talking about is real impact, because we give you all this for free, but with a commitment that you must impact your community. Also, using our contacts, you will be given further exposures to organizations and individuals who are change makers in the world, provided that you go through to the end. Just like in Matthew 10, 1 to 42, you will see when Jesus assembled 12 men as an apostles and asked them to go and preach and heal diseases, and gave them instruction not to go with pause. So the emphasis here is that none of you is paying for this mentorship. It is something my friends and I have decided to do as a give back to the society, as a way of impact, because we can't tell you to go and impact without indeed showing it by example. So you have to go, make this impact, know that this is a seed. And to those of us here who are leaders in our own organizations and levels, whether as a cost rep, whether as a hall rep, whether as community leaders, whichever one you are here bearing witness. And you know, we are not just talking to the mentees today, we are talking to everybody. This message is to everyone. If you reflect on what is going on in this country, you will not only fear, but you will cry for our nation. Because some of us that have been privileged to travel all around the world, I have seen it all. There is no place like home. A lot of all these places we want to run to, someone built them. So a lot of people gave up their life. They are suffered to build these communities that we are all running to today. So it will make no sense for us to say, oh, that's their business. I have nothing to do. You might run away today, run to Canada, run to anywhere, but the day you will come back to bury your father or your mother or your siblings might be the day they will also kidnap you and kill you. So you will not say it's none of my business. It's our business. And if we did not just come to this world to occupy space, you must, it's a must, it's a command. You must go to the world, to your communities and make impact. I saw this practically even the last time I traveled to Indonesia. I stayed there for a very long time. I did not see a policeman on the road, not even anywhere in the community. I kept asking, what is happening? They say, what are they doing? Where everybody is busy working. Communities system is working. Local government system is working. State is working. You don't need the president to sit in the capital and tell the people in their community what to do. They don't even know the president. All they know is their community leaders. Now I know why P2B usually visit them and reference them. They have a very perfect system with over 300 million people. But you see that people are working, people are busy. They are contented with what they have. System is working. Everybody is farming. Nobody has time for crime. Stay in a city for 2 weeks without sighting a policeman. Drive on the road for 6 hours without sighting a military man. Nobody stopped you on the way. There is security. People built it. But what are they known for? Discipline. They are known for discipline. If you do drugs, they get you, they kill you. If you steal, there's no reason to steal. There is food. Every backyard is being cultivated with so many cash crops. So you keep asking yourself, what is wrong with us? So we are all here as witnesses to ask ourselves, how are we? We are today, many of us are graduates. What impact can we make so that when we will be counted, we will say at least this man was able to do this. Like we said, it's not enough to say I'm a graduate. It's also not enough to say that I have moral, which is Madonna University motto, decency in education and moral. It does not also stop there. What we have not been doing, though Father Founder conceived this almost 40 years ago, the initiative today, the next gen, why we are all here, is that we should now add to go and make impact. Like I said, if you have all these morals and you keep it to yourself and it does not germinate any fruit, it does not make any impact in the life of the people in your community, you have succeeded in wasting your time because the morals will not be felt. You have to be consistent, like our Father Founder, whom from the beginning dissociated himself with anything that has to do with criminality, dealing with politicians that steals our commonwealth. He has also been very consistent. He said, I don't want these people because they are not good. They are not living good example. So we have to go out there, stand firm, and know that we will do what? We have to change our community. It's a mandate. And if you don't do it, you are what? A failure. Can you repeat it? If I do not impact my community, I am what? A failure. Can you all say it? I want to especially thank my very good brother and friend, my secondary school mate, whom we fondly called Mada Abuchi, who supported my idea when I called on him on this project, Lawrence. Madabuchi, can you stand up? I remember those days in secondary school. Yes. So later you will know about him. So he's one of my great supporter. Mr. Rock, Professor Jerome from Malang in Unisma in Indonesia, Henry in New York, Mr. Dr. Chuka Nwachuku in London. And my former mentees are now friends and team members who are helping in coordinating this initiative. Ame Favor and Akebasi. Also, not forgetting our intern, Mr. Osinachi, and others. Where is Mr. Osinachi? Yes. Therefore, I welcome you all to the launch of the NextGen Mentorship and Leadership Initiative. NextGen Mentorship and Leadership Initiative. Thank you and God bless.
That was a brilliant one. I think you can do better. Please put your hands together. You see, sometimes we may not know what we have. But please, before I forget, Professor, information reaching me says that Mr. Chukwuka Chukwu is already online. He has joined. Oh, Dr. Chuka Chukwu has joined online and he's seeing everything live. Okay, also Jerome from London has also joined. Thank you very much. You see, we'll talk about that brilliant address, but please, let it not be that we did not recognize these people. We have Professor Richard Eze, the DAP of Madonna University. Sir, you are welcome. We have Mr. Opani Kelechukwu A, the acting bursar of Madonna University. You are welcome. We also have Ms. Chioma Aluo, the student's choice. She is here live and direct. We also have pharmacist Aket Abasi Esther. You're welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, you can hear it from the DVC. Honestly, my wish is that every member of this community, sir, should have been here to hear it from you. I was just thanking God that I think I still have some years. I must make impact. You said anybody who didn't make impact is a failure, and in fact a disgrace, and a waste of time for the woman who went into the favor room to give birth to such a person. I reject that. I must make, in fact, I'm making impact. Put your hands together for me. I'm making impact. If I tell you the number of professors that I have produced, I'm not joking. I thank God. And please, some people may say they must make impact. Let it be a positive impact, because you can make negative impact. I remember those days way back in the university. One girl that was actually following me called me one day and said, "Hey, OG, do you know that if we leave here today, nobody will remember me, but they will remember you? I think I will do something." I said, "What do you think?" He said, "Suppose I go." We had one Professor Jones, in fact, not very tall. Say, suppose I see him walking, I just go and give him a hard knock on his head. Nigeria will hear about me. I say, Uchenna, please count me out when you are going for that. Go and do something that your name will be written in gold. These younger ones, I thank God for you. When I look at people like you, I feel like drawing back the hand of the clock. But like Bishop Obinna will always say, I know no one can. But God permitting, with the remaining 70 years for me, I'll still make impact. Onye kwe chi ekwe. Don't mind the number of years I've lived. I still have 70 years ahead. I believe it. Thank you very much. Please. All right. Maybe the next person we will call should be the guest speaker, if I'm not mistaken. And that should be Mr. Obewe. He's going to give the keynote address and then tell us more about what we are doing and what we hope to get in the future. Mr. Obewe, sir. That's the friend to the DVC. Your schoolmate. Oh, really? Welcome, sir. You have your... Thank you. Zara, take this. Please, you can do better. And remember, many people are watching us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Please, can you stand while we read your citation? Mr. Lawrence Madabuchi Obewe. Sorry, sir, if there's any mistake. Executive Director, Collective Voice of Accountability and Progress. Co-founder, OpenGov Youth Hub, Convener, Reset Nigeria. Mr. Lawrence Madabuchi Obewe was born in Umuahia in Abia State. His early primary and post-primary education took him through Umuahia, Abia State, Makurdi in Benue State, and Obudu in Cross River State. Mr. Lawrence holds a first degree in banking and finance from the Abubakar Tafawa Balewa University, Bauchi State. He holds master's degree in financial economics, development studies, and public administration from University of Abuja, Nigerian Defense Academy, Kaduna, and Bayero University, Kano, respectively. He is currently undertaking a Doctor of Public Administration degree at Bayero University, Kano. Mr. Obewe's work experience, which has spanned about a decade, started with the UK AIDS State and Local Government Program, DFID, SLGP, and UK AIDS State Accountability and Voice Initiative, DFID, SAVI. He continued his service as the Executive Director, Collective Voice for Accountability and Progress, and founded Reset Nigeria, a movement aimed at restoring the glory days of our country. Obewe is a development and policy specialist, community mobilizer, political strategist, governance and public finance specialist. He has served in many committees and policy initiatives and has attended several developments conferences within and outside our shores. He presently, in partnership with his partners, runs the OpenGov Youth Hub, a data-driven initiative dedicated to raising and mentoring the next generation of leaders in a field of life. He is beautifully married with beautiful children. A round of applause as we welcome Mr. Lawrence Madabuchi Obewe to the stage. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much. I think when you have that kind of reasoning, there's nothing else to talk. And fortunately for me, I'm in an academic environment. Let me do something that is a little unconventional. As I sat, and you people were singing, especially as I'm Majona in the anthem, there are certain things that I picked up from that. I don't know whether there's anybody that can help me, because I think that that's setting a stage for what we are discussing today. I have gone through this environment. To be honest, I have visited so many universities. I've not seen anyone as elaborate as the university. And I think it's something to commend. The founder, my friend and brother, Martin and Aboso, I think we have struck friendship for more than 2 decades. So we are more of brothers than friends. The academic community of Madonna University, ladies and gentlemen, mentors and mentees, it is my honor to stand before you today to bring this keynote address. I'm very unconventional. People call me many names, but the one that resonates with me most is Mazi, because I am a citizen of Nigeria, just ordinary citizen, who wants to see the best of Nigeria. So, and that is why I am passionate anytime they talk about youth development, because I think that Nigeria is ill, very ill, and needs medication to become better. So anytime, and it is important for you to understand why youth. According to the Nigeria Bureau of Statistics, about 85% of Nigerians are below 45. 85% of 230 million people. So you wonder why we are having serious security issues. I live and work in the north part of Nigeria. As we speak today, over 15 million children are out of school. 15 million. The usual thing to say is that they are children. But what happens 10 years after now? Will they still be children? They'll become recruitment ground for terrorists and bandits. So if Nigeria is going through insecurity, you need to understand why. And if somebody is talking about empowering the youth to become better people, you also need to understand why. I like to talk to people. You call them mentees. I'll call them disruptors, because I expect that they are going to disrupt the society. They are going to change the pattern of things. Because even in the academic community, you bring idea, they say, no, that's not how we do it here. But all across Nigeria, how we do it here has never worked. So if you are raising a new generation of young people, you need to look at people who can disrupt. That this is how we do it here. Those are the people you need to raise. We have seen a lot of youths that have been raised. They tell you they're empowering youths. And once you embed them into the system, they are consumed. So the question is, should we continue to get people and put them into a system that is already bad? I was talking with my friend on our way here, and the main topic was, you think people are stealing? You think people are latecomers? You think people are mismanaging resources? People are indisciplined. If you sack all your workers, for instance, for indiscipline, and you want to replace them, where do you get the ones you replace from? From this same society? And that's why I think that we must be intentional if we are going to build the next generation of youth. I love the MC. She said she's going to live the next 70 years, but there's a caveat. She also said that we are spent. So while she wants to leave, she also understands the reality that we are not probably going to see our desired country. But we can do one thing, and I think that that's what Martin is starting. Repair the country that we might not see. The exodus out of Nigeria is unimaginable. People now call for second round of slavery. And this time, the Europeans, the Asians, the Americans will not need to come with chain because Nigerians will voluntarily join them. Because everybody wants to run away from this society. So when I am called to come and talk to youth, whereas I like to speak to them, but it also places burden on me. Because this morning I am talking about disruptive leadership, using innovation to drive community impact. Disruptive leadership, but something you can call uncommon leadership. They use innovation to drive it into community. Because what's the use of being successful if nobody is benefiting, if you are not solving problems? Now, we had extensive discussion this morning. We're also talking about leadership. I said, when we look around us, there are a lot of leaders. From the president to the governors to everybody is a leader. But I asked him, are they the type of leaders you want to mentor these mentees to become like? And I can ask you the same question. And I understand what you're going to say. No, God forbid. So it means that you're going to set a new standard of leadership. Or look back and go to the basics from the last point where you know that Nigeria was working. And take things from there to build the next generation of leaders. And let me be clear. Leadership in our country is bad. So when you say you are raising leaders, please don't talk about raising this type that we know. It should be a brand new leadership that can drive the new Nigeria that we hope to see. So normally I am discouraged to talk about leadership because I look and say, the president is a leader. The governor, the Senate president is a leader. But I say, hey, these are not the type I want to talk about. Fortunately, there are a few of them that we can still look up to. There are people that their stories, an act of bravery, can inspire the new generation. My friend has made the work easier for me by mentioning some of the names of people that we know that if you want your child to grow, you can say, please, can you be like this person? So when we talk to these disruptors, the mentees, we talk to them about a new leadership model that can drive development. But these are mentees. They are not going to learn all by themselves. So perhaps the first thing is to do is to talk about the mentors that will mentor them. Because I think that one of the biggest problems in Nigeria is the fact that nobody assesses the assessor. When you give the central bank governor money and say, keep this money, and the money disappears, who goes to ask the question, where is the money? When you send someone to go and do something, to go and supervise somebody to do something, who goes to check whether the supervisor has supervised the work? So if we are going to be mentors, first of all, we have talked about the kind of leadership we have. It means that the mentors that are going to be chosen to run this program, that are already chosen, will be different type of mentors. And they will be chasing completely different type of ideas. Those ideas must align with the vision that is setting up the NextGen initiative. We are not going to do what we have always done that has not given us results. We have to be intentionally different this time. So if you're going to be a mentor in this program, understand the fact that there is a big burden on your shoulder. The lives of people, the life of a generation is going to lie on your shoulder. What you do with it, posterity will judge you. So I have discussed with his vision, and it's clear to me that he knows what he wants. And I completely align. And I urge everyone who's going to participate in this program to also align with it. And not just aligning, be committed to it. And in setting up the framework that will monitor this initiative, there should be markers. There must be way of assessing to make sure that every mentor is delivering on agreed terms. Because someone that thought the armed robber, he had a mentor. The kidnapper has a mentor. So let's not get this wrong. This is a completely new idea. It's a completely fresh air. So whatever that is going to be an input into it has to be fresh and original, has to be sincere, has to be disruptive. If not, we'll not. I come all the way from Kaduna to his place. So I take this serious. I take it very serious. And I want all of us to take it serious. I'm looking forward to this set impacting this community, impacting River State, impacting Nigeria, going global. A few years ago, I and my friend raised the Okungov Youth Hub initiative just to raise leaders, because we identified that one of the key problems in Nigeria is depth in knowledge. Most of the people who call politicians are not sure what they are there to do. And if you look around and see the ones who know exactly what to do, you see that their states or their organizations are different, but not a lot of them. So we feel that we should, it was just something we conceived in a room, 3 of us who said, let's raise young people, 18 to 29. And we started talking to them, built their model, built their syllabus, took them through for about 3 years. Do you think we succeeded? A lot of them fell by the wayside. Some were good until they were enticed by government. Their true color showed. But there are a few of them that are making impact. And that's why I've typed that innovation must lead to community impact. Innovation and entrepreneurship are not the same thing. I'm sure we are clear on it. It's innovation that finds money, and money is where the entrepreneur is. And one of the ideas we sold was in Kaduna State in 2018. Government prepares the budget, just goes to dishes our budget to everybody. In this community, we are doing water. In this one, we are doing burial ground. In this one, we are building mortuary and all that. We now say, no. Let's build a pilot where communities can nominate what they want to the government and give the government and say, this is what we want to do. And when we said it, they said, no, this won't happen. The government started fighting. That some people are trying to form their own government aside. But we did pilot. We said, we are not doing anything. If we give you, you want to use. If you don't want to use, keep it. And we took these people through this process. We came to Anambra to come and learn where such a model has been practiced just a little under former Governor Peter Obi. Why there are sad stories of some of these mentees? The good stories are the ones that are reigning. We got the state to join a global initiative called Open Government Partnership, OGP. I don't know how many of you know about it. Kaduna joined as the first subnational in Nigeria. In fact, Kaduna wanted to join. They said, no, if Nigeria is not a member, Kaduna cannot join. So they got former President Muhammadu Buhari to join. And today, let me explain, the Open Government Partnership is a co-created formula, citizens will nominate, just the way you have all the commissioners in the state, citizens will nominate their own. So for every project the state wants to do or for any initiative, they call the citizen component who are supposed to go to the communities and go and get feedback of what communities need, then use it to engage government. Today, out of the 6 steering committee members, that Open Gov Youth Initiative produced 5. And Kaduna State has adopted that model as how to decide projects to be executed in the local government. So the people are owning these projects. This Open Youth Gov have now digitalized that process. Communities now on their phone, just the way they check how a senator carried his driver's wife. You know, our youth is nonsense they look at. The time they're supposed to use do precious things they're using. That's the same way communities are using their smartphones to nominate project to an app that collects and sends to the government. So some of these things are not impossible. But I don't like to quote the Bible a lot because I think it's normal routine. But the Bible says where there is no vision, the people perish. What is the work of vision in what we are seeing today? This is not going to be smooth. I have told Professor Martins, it's not going to be smooth. There will be bumpy roads. There will be times he will sit back and say, are you sure this is worth it? But if the vision is clear, then you remain, the resilience to drive this process through would be there. God forbid, I don't want to see this project abandoned. I want it to be a model that Madonna University itself can adopt. And let's be clear, I know there are a lot of students. This project is not going to remove what you've learned in school or what you are learning. It's not going to erode it. It's going to expand your horizon. You know these famous stories they told us as children, the Wright brothers? You know about them, the Wright brothers, the first guys that did something to fly. You remember that story? You know, they told us that they just stayed and said, let's get something to fly. And they got it and the thing went up. But they forgot that they were supposed to put something to bring it down. So, and that's why when you are talking about the Wright brothers, nobody knows how they ended. Because the only story we have is that they flew up. So that's one part of knowledge. Perhaps that's what you do in this university community. But when you're done with it and you take a model that takes you, because we have seen, I know at Onzeribe, when I was growing up, I remember those days. There is this at Onzeribe, there is this MKW Abiola. On a live television, they were arguing. One said he was richer than the other person. The other person said Abiola was rich in Naira. That when he's poor, he's as rich as Abiola, right? 3 decades later, who hears about them? Who hears about them? I'm not sure anybody has heard anything about Aton Zeribe or his children. That of Abiola, the only ones I know are the ones that do radio, television. There's one in Arise. There's one, those are the ones. But these were the guys that ran Nigeria. It's not enough to have money. There must be a succession plan. He mentioned some of the big guys we know, the honest guys. I am fortunate enough to come from the same village as Dr. Michael Opara, M.I. Opara, who was Premier of Eastern Region. Last night I was discussing with somebody, say, Tinubu, I think on the flight, that Tinubu has a lot, small time, that 4 years is not enough. I said, M.I. Ogbara built the Africa's fastest economy in 5 years. Africa's fastest economy, Eastern region, in 5 years. I now asked him, if 3 years is not enough, are you saying that Alex Otti has not done well? He said, no, that one is doing fine. But I say it's the same 3 years they have. But my point is, and what brought that conversation was, we are talking about what happens after Alex Otti, whether he finishes 4 years or eventually finish 8 years. What happens after? He said he will find somebody. I asked him that what's his name? Yes, we cannot find Fubara. Did Obasani did the Rufai in Kaduna not find Obasani? So the point is that if you don't build mentorship to mentor who succeeds you, there is a big problem. Very massive problem. Whatever you think you are creating today, your child will use it. A child can use it to smoke and finish the world. Where is the Atonzeribes of this world? Sorry. I was giving 45 minutes. Sorry. Okay, so if you don't mentor the next generation, there'll be a gap. Southeast have had generational gap. Sorry, the Southeast of then includes South. I hope we all know. So it's not the Igbos I'm talking about now. They've had generational gap because no mentorship, nobody stood in gap. I've had like 6 or 7 professors that are in this hall or more. I like really said if you have not created a pattern, only said, well, if you are not going to get hello. So if you are not going to build the next generation, and that's what this is all about. So we must build a generation that understands what is at stake. And I have told Professor Martin that I'm going to follow through with it. Luckily, they made me chairman without me knowing. But I appreciate that. I'm going to follow this through. It's not just enough to gather people no. It's not just enough to build curriculum. No. There must be markers of progress. There must be milestones. This journey is not going to be easy. If you don't identify, if you don't have time to reflect on what you have done compared to what you want to do, how much you have either deviated or have achieved your milestone, you will not know when you have drifted so much away. Nigeria as a country have really drifted because we have no milestones, we have no reflection of what we are doing. So, and I think that this is a very serious business that we must continue to think about, continue to engage. But to the mentees, you remember what I said about 85% of Nigeria being under 45? Then about 65 of them are under 30. 65% of them are under 30. That's about 160 or 170 million. How many of you are in this room? So it tells you how lucky you are. But it's a make or break program for you. Some of you talk about being in the university, you finish and go and find job. Can you please talk about finishing the university and this program and go and create life? Create it itself instead of to find it. And that's what this is about. It was in 2012, 2013. Now, he had to do with politics. It was a war between the presidency and Bola Tinubu. They were looking for how to frustrate him. And they changed our notes and introduced the cashless policy. It was a political fight. But fintech companies saw it as an opportunity to solve a problem. And as we sit here this morning, if we are 200, I think there will be less than 20 people who don't have a fintech account. Either OPay, Honeypoint, PalmPay, whatever. It will be less than 20%. Some of these companies the innovation came in 2015. Some of them came in 2018. But the impact was felt when there was a problem. So if your innovation is not going to solve the problem of the people, please put it back inside the suitcase. It's not needed. So whatever you are going to do, we don't know who these fintech innovators are. Do we? Personally, even if we can know their name. But today they are impacting us. So whatever we are going to do, it must be people-centric. People must be at the center of it. If it's profit that is driving it, it will not strive. But if it's people, profit will come. So you need leadership. You need vision to create leadership. You need leadership to sustain innovation. But innovation finds entrepreneur to solve a problem, and that problem becomes a problem solved in the community. This is what this is about. This is the first part, inaugurating them. But it's a long journey that is not just the mentors. This community also must help this process. It is not just we against you, it's their project. No. If there is one thief in your community, you will not sleep at night because you're not sure who is going to rob. So we must make sure that we're on top of the matter. Unfortunately, I have run out of time. So it's my pleasure. And as I have made a commitment to him personally, and I'm making it publicly. This is something I plan to follow through. Luckily, is one of my areas of specialization. To conclude, I'll tell the youth, there are problems all over the world, but that's why you are. If there are no problems, we'll not be here. I'm sure everybody would have just been going their way. But we have been called to solve a problem. So we must remember that we mean nothing if we stay in this world without our name written. There are a lot of people that have died. We don't know about them. We still talk about the Marleys. Steve Jobs have been dead now for more than 10 years. We still talk about him because of Apple. You never know. One of the things you're going to create during this process will make you live forever. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Please, you can do better. You can clap better. We need to hear from another person all the way from Indonesia. And that is no other person than Professor Jerion Rigi Nemberg. I'm sorry if I didn't get it. Please hook him up. Let him talk to us. Is he there already? Okay. You have the floor, Prof. Thank you very much.
Them to our youngest entrepreneurs, which is only 7 years old. So we give practical education regarding business development, starting from the age of 7 till the age of 16. And our group of young entrepreneurs becoming now real entrepreneurs, developing real products, and doing real business on that young age. So when our young teenagers and young students are able to be an entrepreneur, you are also. What is the importance of our education program and what is the difference between the education programs now and the education programs that we learned on our university, we learn in our Western education system, and so on. So let me try to inspire you and explain you the difference between education, historical education, let me say it like that, and our education that we are creating now. So we all, you, me, we all, and since I'm half Indonesian and half Dutch, especially I am a product of colonial past. All of us facing the heritage of our colonial past. If we like it or not, we have to deal with that. We can think we have freedom. We can think our company is free now of our colonial past. But are we really free? Doesn't our colonial past is implemented in our educational system until the day of today? And how do we get freedom of this colonial past implemented in our education system? We have to think of that. Do we want to go on this colonial education system, or do we want to change? So this change is your responsibility. This change is in your hands. We are the ones experience our colonial pasts. We can educate and give our experience towards you, but you are the ones needs to grab the power in your hand and must say, okay, I don't want to become an employer as they train us. I don't want to become a slave as they train us. I want to become an entrepreneur, and I want to become a sustainable entrepreneur. And what is the difference between entrepreneurship that I learned in the University of Twente in the Netherlands and sustainable business development? In entrepreneurship education systems, we learn about recognize who is my competition. We learn that business is war. We learn about many business models, Western business models, capitalistic business models, and unfortunately, colonialism business models in our universities as today. But nobody is teaching us about sustainable business development. Nobody is teaching about the future. We learn of our history today. So what we are trying to teach you is look into the future. The future is not written in books at the moment. Teach and learn about not competition, but partnership. Don't look at the world as who is my competition. Look at the world as who is my future partner. Look at the world and at business not as a perspective in competition and fight and war, but look in the perspective of who is my potential partner? Who is my potential stakeholder? Don't look at the point of view, how can I buy the cheapest products of my supply chain? How I can buy under pressure the farmers? But look in the perspective of how can I invest in the community? How can I partner up with the community? How can we develop cooperatives and doing business together? So this is a totally new business perspective. In Indonesia, we implement this already in our business development. And unfortunately, in in the modern business development, it's not implemented yet in a proper way. Can you still hear me? Can you still hear me?
We are hearing you, Prof.
Okay, thank you very much. So what we are trying to do, we're trying to share knowledge with each other. Because also in business, as we know, in the modern business development, the sharing of knowledge is continuously hindered. They make nice tools of it, which called patents. Okay, we invent something new, let's patent it. So nobody get this knowledge. Nobody can use this knowledge. But now we hear from the universities in Indonesia and the university, Madonna, we try to bring this knowledge free to the world, free to share, no patents, sharing the knowledge of business development, sharing the knowledge of product development, sharing recipes, sharing how to make it, how to develop it, and how to do it, instead of patents. We need to share the knowledge with each other. A patent is a hinder of innovation. A patent is a tool of colonialism, is a tool of imperialism, is a tool of capitalism to monopoly the market. We have to stand up with each other and say, okay, enough is enough. We in Nigeria, we need also the chances. We in Nigeria, we survive for a long, long time. Stand up, become entrepreneur. Show them we can take care of our own food. We can create food security. We can create our own products. Join forces with each other. Join forces with the students of Indonesia and develop your own country. I know, I've been to Nigeria, and most of your students wish to go to Europe. Your wish is to go abroad, get a job, and make money there. But I will tell you something. For example, the Netherlands just have 18 million people, while Nigeria is growing up to 200 million people. So where is the business? In Europe or in Nigeria, I ask you. So the smart people will stay in Nigeria, see the opportunities, and create their business in Nigeria, for Nigeria, because the market is there. The market is in your country. The market is not in Europe. The market is not in USA. Your market is in your country. It needs development. It needs startups to create economic growth, to create cooperatives, to create communities. These communities need your help. These communities need your knowledge. So we in Indonesia, in 2017, we created free scholarships for your students to come to Indonesia to learn about business development in a practical way, to learn about cassava product development, to learn how to make flour from cassava, to learn how to make macaroni from cassava, spaghetti from cassava, bioplastic from cassava, up over 500 products. Bring this knowledge to your country. Share it with the rest of your communities, your students. Develop products for local market. So please don't think of, I'm going to develop a lot of things for export. Don't think of creating business just for your own pocket, but implement the locals, implement the people in the rural areas, implement farmers in your business. Because together, human capital is equal to financial capital. So remember that, students, human capital equals financial capital. So create, my advice, create first human capital. And then think about financial capital. Thank you very much. And I hope I can see your people, some of your students in Indonesia, so I can give you personally training regarding product development and business development. Thank you so much.
Please, we can clap more. Thank you. Thank you, Pro. Let us now welcome back our guest speaker and the friend to our DVC, Mr. Lawrence Maduabuchi Obewe. Sir, are you ready to entertain our questions? Please come forward. If you have any question for him, you indicate Zara, go around and collect the questions if they have any. Please, sir, come and take your place. So that the place won't be boring, you know. We are always on the move. Please, soft music from the background to keep us going. That's a good one.
Okay. Are they writing or speaking?
Amen. Amen. Hello. Amen. Next generation. Next generation.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Madiba Ifnai Isabella. I'm a 500 level nursing student and I'm part of the mentees. So my question goes as, new things are hard to actually accept in the society as known. And sir, you spoke about disruptive leadership. How will it be embedded into the society? Because these are things that when it's time to do them, people may not actually be open to them. What are the ways we can go through? Thank you.
Thank you.
Right. Thank you so much, sir, for the presentation. So I am Esum Chukwu Sunkwo, a 500 level pharmacy student. So my question is, you spoke about consistency, because many a times the difference between starting something and being committed to follow through the whole process is a different ball game altogether. So as a student who still has academic workload and pressure coming from your academics, and you still have your spiritual life and then leadership, so how can you put a balance in these three aspects of your life, knowing fully well that if you make it in leadership and fail in your academics, you will still be regarded as a failure? So at what point can one be able to balance these three aspects of your life? Thank you.
What a beautiful question from a very intelligent student. Over to you, sir.
Just one. Sorry, I didn't get the first name. Let's just take all the questions. Okay. Let's have
Good afternoon, sir. Hello, everyone. My name is Nsima Abigail David. I'm a 400 level student of medicine. I have two questions. My first question is regarding leadership skill that most young leaders underestimate, but you still consider very important for long-term success. My second question is, as a leader, and seeing that it is a process, while you were growing, what is something that you, should I say, ignored, or a mistake that you made while you were growing that you corrected and has helped you to become or to reach where you are right now? Thank you, sir.
Another question.
Good afternoon, sir.
Sorry, can I get the first question? You said leadership. That's all. Just hold. I can hear you. No worry. No. The first one. You said leadership. Yes.
Somebody say.
No, that's the second one.
Hello, baby, let's go.
Okay. Okay, leadership skill. That was
I need somebody turning up right now. Tell any badges on.
Yep.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Ikechukwu Jane Frances Chizitere. I'm a 400 level pharmacy student. And my question is, while you were speaking, you made mention of the leadership system in Nigeria being very corrupt. So my question is, how do we ensure that when these new mentees are incorporated into the society, they will not conform to the norm?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lawrence. We're going to be crossing over to our visual learning now. But immediately after that, you have the floor to answer your questions. Thank you, sir.
I think we are now going over to the UK to hear from Dr. Nwachukwuchuka Peter.
Okay. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me?
Oh, yes, we are hearing you, sir.
Okay. My apologies. I had to quickly. I had a network issue actually, trying to move from one office or the other. First of all, let me stand on the existing protocol. But I will definitely have to commend the effort of the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Professor Martin. He actually has, brought a great deal of innovation into the school activities, especially as regard development for the students. For me, I think that university is not just about academics; it's also like the motto goes, moral. This topic is quite an interesting one. I'm particularly very excited about development of the young ones. I recall that the Father Syracuse actually had a program, something like this, sometime last year, where we had to speak on development and then as well as life after school. So when I got this call from Dr. Martins, Professor Martins, rather, I'm actually supposed to have been flying back to Nigeria this morning, but I had to stay back and then reschedule my flight to take off this night just because of this program. It's something that excites me, and it's also something that I would like to share my my personal experience, so that people will also understand that we're not just talking about the examples that some of the great speakers have made is not just about people they are not familiar with. We are talking about the product of Madonna itself. That's why I'm excited, always willing to partake in this in programs like this. So we talk about mentorship, right? Mentorship, it's about looking up to someone. I'm not going to look at any book. I'm just talking from the literal, just most simplest explanation. Looking up to someone. So we all have people we call our idols, right? We have, those who like football. I'm sure growing up, you like, Ronaldo, Messi. You want to behave like Messi and Ronaldo. Just for those who like football. For those who like basketball, you want to emulate Michael Jordan, Magic Johnson, and all that, right? One of our speakers, I think the keynote speakers, talked about leadership as regards political leadership. And when you look around, like he rightly mentioned, I mean, who do you want to look up to? Unfortunately, there's none as of now. I mean, personally, but then it has to go back to to people in the First Republic, rather, Michael Obara, as he mentioned. I'm sure he's in one of the premiers of Eastern Nigeria. I wasn't born then. I'm sure most of you were born then. So, I mean, why would I be looking up to someone that's, should I use the word, not great ancestors? So why can't we have political leaders we can look up to? But then let's us leave that aside. When you talk about mentorship, I want to relate it to entrepreneurship. The prof from Indonesia, talked about entrepreneurship, right? I'm going to use myself as an example. When I graduated from Madonna University, I am the immediate past president of the alumni. So I grew up looking up to some certain people. Luckily for me, I have an uncle I grew up under, and I looked up to him, we said Tony Elmelu. And then his life and his vision has actually inspired me. So when I think of vision, because this what's the popular saying is that idea without vision, or vision and implementation, it all sums it up. So if you have the idea, first of all, if you have the vision, you don't have have the idea, vision, and then you have to put it into practical implementation. That's when you get results, right? So because of time, so about 5 years ago, by the way, I worked with UBA, the group head in charge of investment. So practically what I do, I'm in charge of the investment for all our group, Nigeria, Africa, Cayman Island, New York, London, as well as Dubai and Paris. So I operate from Nigeria, but I go around. And then because of my vision and because of the mentorship I have, I also have my own business, which I run, which is Amanda Group. Okay, so the idea of Amanda Group came up about about August 2020. That's about 6 years in 2 months' time. We started in a small room, and then in 5 years, this more business has given birth to 5 different groups. We started as an EMO, and from EMO we moved into oil and gas, and then from oil and gas we moved into hospitality. From hospitality we moved into electricity, as well as a broadcasting. We just got our broadcasting license and all that. So what am I saying? What I'm saying is vision without practical implementation is useless. And so for us, some of my folks, for all of us undergraduates, when you are inspiring to become a mentee, you must look up to someone that shares the same vision as you do. You cannot love basketball and then you want to be like Messi, who is a footballer. It just doesn't add up. So while the mentor is also has to be practical, has to be objective, you, the mentee, also have to know what you want. Because if you don't know what you want, you'll probably be playing in the wrong space. And so because of my time, my message to us today is that mentorship goes beyond looking up to someone. We have to practicalize it. We have to be intentional. And so for us to be able to achieve what we want, first of all, you must also, like I said, be intentional. You must be able to create value. In society today, if you are not able to create value, nobody will take you serious. My good friend Henry, we've had conversation over a couple of times, and then I know though we are operating from different sector, he's on the academic, I'm on the investment, but one thing is common to both of us. Two things: one, we're a product of Madonna University, and secondly, we have vision. We are intentional about our vision, and that's the message today. You have to be intentional about your vision as a mentor, as a mentee, and then ensure that your objective is in line with your own goal. Thank you very much for this opportunity, and I wish us a wonderful and a successful event. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chuka Peter. We are grateful. We thank you. I'm sure you're hearing us. Can you give him another round of applause, please? Yes. At this point in time, I want us to do something, please. Before we go over to the questions given to our guest speaker, I think it is proper we hear something about one of us. I think everyone who spoke pointed to this very one man. And I want those of you who want to see him as your role model to know him very well, know who you are following, and then be ready to work the way that that person you want to have as your role model do the way he is doing. Who am I talking about? I am talking of the Deputy Vice Chancellor of Madonna University in the person of Professor Martin Osita Anagboso. May we hear a little about him. Prof, sir. Prof, sir. I am sorry. I will now ask you to come out. Thank God for the gift of microphone. If not, who am I to ask the DVC to come out? But he has to respect the microphone. Prof, sir, stand up and let the people see you. Good. Please stand out, sir. Thank you very much for obeying. You people said obedience, this, and we want to have it practical now. Can you put your hands together for him, everybody? All right. Who is Professor Martin Osita Anagboso? Professor Martin Osita Anagboso, PhD, FIPMD, FIOGR, DFAI, CMP, Deputy Vice Chancellor, Administration, Madonna University, and founder, NextGen Mentorship and Leadership Initiative. He is an illustrious alumnus of Madonna University, Nigeria. Professor Martin Osita Anagboso, PhD, stands today as a testament to the transformative vision and enduring legacy of institution. All thanks to the father founder, very Reverend Father Professor Emmanuel Matthew Paul Ede, who convinced him to serve the university. A decision that has since translated into remarkable growth, innovation, and institutional advancement for the great Madonna University. Professor Martin started his leadership quality and his ingenuity early. It is said that kings are born, not made, and Osita is a sure proof of the saying. Academic journey. He began his academic journey as St. Stephen Luther Primary School, Obudu, Cross River State, and obtained his first schooling certificate in 1993. He joined Government Secondary School, Obudu, Cross River State, for his senior school certificate, and he obtained it in 1999. With this, he joined Madonna University, Nigeria, Okija campus, where he obtained his bachelor's degree in microbiology in 2007. He went for his youth service and served his fatherland in Enugu State and obtained his certificate of National Youth Service in 2008. Being a lover of academics, he got admission in 2012 for his master's program at Nnamdi Azikiwe University, Awka, where he read environmental microbiology. Upon completion of his MSc in 2016, he enrolled for his PhD program and read environmental and petroleum microbiology. He was conferred with a doctorate degree in 2021. He began his career in 2007 as a graduate assistant in the Department of Microbiology, Madonna University, Nigeria, Elele, and was appointed personal advisor on students' welfare to the founder and chancellor of the university. In 2007, Very Reverend Father Professor E.M.P. Ede appointed him special advisor to the Vice Chancellor of Caritas University, Amojinike, in Enugu State. Between 2010 and 2015, he served as an Associate Dean of Student Affairs and Director of Projects. Over the years, he served in various leadership and management capacities, including Director, Head of Department, and member of several strategic university committees, where he consistently demonstrated administrative excellence, innovation, and visionary leadership. Upon his return to Madonna University, Nigeria in 2017, he served meritoriously as coordinator of the Madonna University Liaison Office in Europe and America. Later, he served as director of projects and subsequently as senior executive assistant to the vice chancellor. Today, he holds the esteemed position of deputy vice chancellor administration, a role that crowns his outstanding service and dedication to his alma mater, Madonna University, Nigeria. For over 18 years, Professor Martin Osita Anaboso has occupied high administrative positions and had gained a wealth of experience. Before and upon his return from Norway in 2017, when he was appointed Director of Works, he supervised several infrastructural milestones and transformed the university's physical and academic landscape. These include the construction of the entire Faculty of Engineering at Akpugo campus, the asphalting of the Okija campus road, and multipurpose and innovation hub, White House, the Silver Jubilee Arena, the Professor Martin Anaboso staff quarters, the remodeling of medical auditorium, the 5,000 seating capacity International Conference Hall, the installation of solar street lights and smart classrooms, and the construction of the magnificent Church of Jesus the Savior, among others. Professor Martin Osita Anaboso has published over 50 peer-reviewed journals, both nationally and internationally, in reputable journals such as Scopus, Nature, Springer, and has attended over 50 international conferences contributing immensely to global research, academic collaboration, and innovation. He is renowned for his distinguished leadership in academia and research and holds several prestigious fellowships, including Fellow, Institute of Oil and Gas Research and Hydrocarbon Studies, FIOGR, Distinguished Fellow, Africa Institute of Public Administration, AIPA, Ghana, DFAI, Fellow, Institute of Policy Management Development, FIPMD, Fellow, Institute of Management Consultants, FIMC, Certified Management Consultant, CMC, Distinguished Fellow, Medical Laboratory Science, Central Escola University, Manila, Philippines. He also holds a firm dedication to these membership societies / foundations, including member of the Nigerian Society of Microbiology, member of the American Society of Microbiology, member of the board of directors of Omega Oil and Gas Company Limited, trustee member, Madonna Institution Charity Peace Award Foundation, MICPA, trustee member, Ede Onovo Foundation. Can you put your hands together, please? Thank you. He was elected as a member, Board of Administration of IFCU during her 28th General Assembly in Univa Guadalajara campus, Mexico, held on August 1st, 2025, where he will serve for the 2025 to 2028 term as a testament to his international recognition, moral integrity, and leadership excellence. Professor Naboso has also made significant international contributions as member of the Strategic Planning Committee, member of the Board of Rectors, and member of the Centenary Planning Committee of the International Federation of Catholic Universities, IFCU Paris, France. He currently serves as Chairman Planning Committee of the IFCU International Conference, Madonna University. Due to his exceptional contributions to the field of microbiology, the Standards Organization of Nigeria, SON, appointed him as an expert on the National Technical Committee responsible for the standardization of products manufactured or imported into Nigeria. Can I hear you clap? He also serves as chairman of the Working Group of Diagnostic Devices, Administration of Medical Products, and Invasive Devices under SON, and as consultant and member of panel on resource verification and accreditation with the National Universities Commission, NUC. He is an external invigilator for the Medical Laboratory Science Council of Nigeria, MLSCN, National Examination for Medical Laboratory Technicians. He has actively contributed to both national and international curriculum development through membership and leadership in committees for the articulation of Medical Laboratory Science of Nigeria, MLSD program. Academically, he played a pivotal role in the accreditation and quota expansion of all professional programs, medicine and surgery, optometry, medical laboratory science, pharmacy, and nursing, making Madonna University, Nigeria, the institution with the highest quota in all professional health courses. Your hands, please. He also championed the establishment of the Entrepreneurship and Innovation Center, designed to equip students with practical and creative skills before graduation. As a director of Internalization Office between 2021 and 2025, he led Madonna University to sign memoranda of understanding with 15 universities across 5 continents, with more institutions indicating interest in collaboration. In recognition of his vision, Madonna University was selected as one of the 3rd tenable institutions for the training of senior academic staff in Nigeria. He also secured Senate and Governing Council approval for the establishment of Director of Alumni Affairs. He has also represented Madonna University and Nigeria at major global conferences, including the Bill Clinton Global Initiative in New York 2015 and the Nobel Peace Prize Summit 2016, and others, reflecting his engagement in international peace, education, and developmental initiatives. He teaches and supervises across undergraduate and postgraduate master's, BSc, and PhD levels, specializing in research methodology, microbial ecology, environmental and petroleum microbiology, and professionalism in microbiology, shaping future generation of scientists and health professionals. He is also deeply involved in community outreach, environmental sanitation projects, and youth drug abuse prevention programs, reaffirming his commitment to human development, young leaders mentorship, and empowerment and community engagement. Beyond academia, he is a man of principle, humility, and innovation, renowned for his discipline and passion for excellence. He is also devoted to upholding his faith, firmly believing in God and the principles of his religion. His interests include traveling, reading, listening to music, playing with children, and jogging, reflecting his balanced lifestyle, family values, and zest for continuous personal growth. Today, we proudly celebrate him, Professor Martin Osita Anaboso, an erudite scholar, seasoned administrator, and devoted son of Madonna University, whose legacy continues to illuminate the path of academic and moral excellence for generations yet to come. Thank you, Professor Martin Osita Anaboso. Thank you. I permit you. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, you can see it is really good to give honor to whom honor is due. You cannot take thank you and at the same time take very much. When you say thank you, somebody else should say very much. Our guest speakers, sir, I gave you time to rest. You can now come up. The students want to bombard you with their questions. Come and do justice to their questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It wasn't actually time to rest. It was time to collect more of the questions. I think I have over 20 here. So I'm sure we have enough time for all of them. If not, I think it's something we can always engage on. However, I'm a little surprised that plenty of people are writing. I would have loved to hear exactly these people speak. Unfortunately, I forgot my glasses in a hurry to come to this place. So anyone I can't see, you will help me read them. But let me start from the ones. First of all, let me celebrate people who are trying to make this session very engaging. It's easy for you to talk and everybody will say, let's go. Or at most, they say, let's share item 7 and go home. So, but when people are asking questions, it means that you are actually listening to, and I think it's a privilege. So thank you very much, everybody that asked question. So the first one is from Isabella. I think that's the name, right? Also, I think I have it. So her question is, how do you get new ideas to be acceptable in a society, especially when you already have a way of life? So that's the question, right? Okay. So, and I think that is very important, because I think that one of the things we talked about is disruptive leadership. So, and what the first reminder for you is, this is how we do it here. So if you won't join us, stay one side. So how do you get idea? And I think it speaks to what you are selling. It speaks to what you're selling. And we'll continue to give examples so that people understand it. I remember the first time we all heard about electric cars, what we thought about. I think somebody looked Elon Musk in the eye and said, this is not possible, forget it. So don't bring it here. So what did he do? Did he go back to go and sit back? He believed in the idea. I think Professor Martin talked about not building the future, but building today. So it doesn't mean that you're building today, you are futuristic, but you're looking for the solution to today's problem. So if you believe in your product, I think the biggest work you do in life is marketing, salesman or saleswoman. If you can sell your idea or your product to anybody, you can virtually do any work in the world. Because to convince somebody to buy what you are selling, whether it's there are people that they tell you so much lies that you believe them. You can even help them to become the radio to share the information. Do you know about this? Do you know about? But they are all lies. But you believe them, that's why. So if you make your product, whatever your idea is, if you make it believable and you are persistent and resilient, at some point today, I think that in the world today, the least that China does now is manufacture hybrid cars. But petrol fuel car alone, nobody talks about it. It was a vision conceived so many years ago. People looked him in the eyes and said, please don't talk about this here. It's not possible. I spoke to, we still call them NEPA. They have changed so many names. I spoke to a NEPA official. I'm sure you know who I'm talking to. So it's not general. It's Enugu Distribution or Kanu or so. And I said, you guys are misbehaving. Look at waterboard. Today, people dig their boreholes, generate their own water. But there was a time, if no waterboard, no water. And I told them that, see, this light, people are going solar. Very soon, you will not have work to do. You will not see somebody to disconnect. So when you are building ideas, people tend not to look at it, or people believe that, because the mind is always saying it's impossible. But if your mind is saying this is possible, and you there will be a day that people will say, let's take a second look. A Dangote decided to build a refinery in Nigeria. Nobody thought it was going to be possible, but he persisted. Guess what? Just small fight between Iran and US. The whole world turned to Dangote. The whole world. If not for Dangote, we would have bought fuel in Nigeria for up to 20,000 a liter. Because Africa will be the last place that they will even decide, let's send fuel to. Why do you send when you have Europe, you have America, where to send? But Dangote came to the rescue. America bought jet fuel from Dangote. African countries relied on him. The impossibility is just something that is in your mind. If you break it, there is no way you cannot be accepted. So it's easy for people. I don't think there is any innovation that was built and accepted the first time. I think it was in nearby Cross River, they brought mirror for the first time. And they showed a black man, and they wanted to take it. Say, no, you bring me out of the mirror before you take the mirror. You cannot take me with the mirror. So innovations are not meant to, anyone that is, everybody say, come, please, you are not innovating. It's not something new. If it's out of order, it will blow the mind. People will ask, what the hell is going on? Who are you? What are you talking about? So don't expect that they are going to accept what you are bringing. No, it's never going to happen. I told you the story of our hub in Kaduna. They say, don't come here. You are coming to look at government secret. We say, no. It's the people that want to nominate and choose what God. You cannot come to my place and say, we are building mortuary for me, when what I need is school. We went for a lesson learning in Anambra State. We saw where they built in federal government projects that has been done, that the people of this community now have school, but nobody is attending. And I give you a story. I used to do a development work in Bauchi State, somewhere in Bauchi. This community lacked water. So they go far distance to go and fetch water. Europeans came and said, no, this can't continue. They brought phone, they dug borehole everywhere. Everywhere they dug, put this, it's not working. I think my voice is even louder than the microphone, right? Okay, because of the online.
Yes.
So they said they dug boreholes everywhere. They were just looking at them. They were looking at, why are you not using it? They said, we don't, that's not what we need. They said, but that's what we saw. They said, that's not the problem. Yes, water. Because even in the prioritization of the needs you are going to solve, you must find out which is more important. You can be solving need that is not the most important. So your scale of preference has to be perfect. So now, the problem was that settlement was a very close settlement with rural areas. They were all staying almost in one room, husband and wife with children. So there were not enough time for husband and wife to have quiet time together. So sending the children to the stream was a plot to take the children out so that they can have interactions. But the Europeans saw it and said, it's because these people don't have water. Yes, they didn't have water, but that wasn't the major priority. And it shaped the thinking of development that you need to find out what the people want to be able to satisfy them. There are plenty of products that have been thrown to the market and they failed. So if that's what you are talking about, it will fail. Because first of all is that you are not solving a problem. Then even if you are solving a problem, you are not solving the top priority problem. So it's not just to stay and say, I want to innovate. You must be innovating to solve a need, and a top priority need. Did I get that? Okay. So this, if I murder your name, please forgive me. I think this Esaloku or something. Please, can you give me the name? Oh, you're the one that asked the question that is causing ripples, right? Okay, so I understand. And I think that question, do we get his question? Do we all get it? How do you manage? Because the primary purpose of being here is academics. So you come and teach people, you have to lead, you have to innovate. How do you manage the most important thing that brought you here while also driving that? It looks difficult, but I don't think so. I think that you are not going to use time for your lecture to go and do leadership program. So first of all is to ask, do you plan your everyday? You've got 24 hours, I've got 24 hours. There's at least minimum 8 to sleep. Or maximum. Maybe 6, maybe 4. But if you sleep more than 8, I think we need to work you and ask you what is wrong with you. So you have if you have your maximum hours to sleep, you have about 16 hours. So within the 16 hours is when you schedule what you do, what and how. And trust me, there are a lot of times that we waste. No matter how much you think your schedules are tedious, we still have time to check who's gossiping what. So if you do your schedules and you are principled enough to follow it, this Elon Musk that just hit the first trillionaire in the world, there was a time he didn't go home for 6 months. 6 good months. He was sleeping and working on his innovation. He walks, sleep carries him, he wakes up and starts. There is no chance that you're going to realize your dream if you don't make that little more sacrifice. There is no chance. So everybody has got the time. The difference is what you do with that time. So if you schedule yourself, I'm not sure it's going to. And there are some also that it depends on what, again, your scale of preference. Your academic is number 1. What is number 2? What is number 3? What is number 4? And if you can get your schedule according to that, I think you'll be okay. Is that okay? Or there's a clarification? And Sima, did I get it? And Sima, okay. So yours is, please, can you give her a mic? You said leadership that is ignored. Maybe I didn't get it very well. I'm sorry, this is the third time you're saying that.
My first question.
Oh, there are 2?
Yes,
okay,
sir.
yes, okay.
My
The first
first
one,
question was targeted on was targeting what young leaders growing up or leaders who are aiming at being like you, what they ignore most of the time.
Okay.
That still
Okay, thank
haunts
you.
them.
Okay, so I think the biggest mistake, I think we all did it, is the fact that, and I think that's part of the problem of Nigeria. I have to be a lawyer because my father is a lawyer. I have to be a doctor because my father is a doctor. Or I want to be... Okay, so for me, I wanted to be a lawyer. No, hold on. I wouldn't have minded to be a lawyer. But my father insisted I would be a lawyer. And from childhood, I rebelled against my father. So anything my father wants, I want the opposite. So I have never had fascination for opposition. I like to be in the opposition. But in 1999, my father said he was joining AD. I said, okay, me, I'll be loving PDP. Not because I wanted, and I think it's one of the things my father said he loved about me. That I could have a mind of my own. I wanted to, because if you flew on the same boat, it doesn't give you the other aspect of life. So I want to stay one side so that I can get this knowledge, then get his own perspective from his own side. So the major problem, and is a very big problem, choice of career. You know the things you have flair for. You know, I could argue in court. Virtually, it's difficult to defeat me in an argument. So, but I lost it because I wanted to oppose my father. So, if you're going to recover, if you have time, there are certain things you lose. You have time to recover it. There are certain you have to drop, forget about them, and rethink and re-strategize your life. In my own case, that's right. Although I'm still hoping that one day I'll be a lawyer. So don't take that away. So once I'm done with my PhD, I'm going back to go and do law. Because I feel I need to be. Because if you look at what's happening in Nigeria, I now want to challenge the real people I want to challenge. Because if you don't get involved, you don't get much. I still need to go and challenge them. I need to be able to take the president to court. So there are a lot of things we have missed. Do you want to live in regrets, or do you want to move on? That's the question. There are times that are lost that cannot be recovered. And that's why it is important to manage time. So I have a lot of my regrets. I know young people. So, but what I know is also a bane on the educational system. When I was young, you had guardian and counselor active. I don't think they are still active now. Guardian and counselor, they are? Rare. No, let's tell ourselves the truth. Forget all those normal things. This is an academic environment. You see your guardian and counselor tell your parents, this one will be good in this one will be good in that. And he worked. He worked because they see you 6-8 hours every day. They know what your weaknesses and your strengths are. But even then, he was colliding with family personal interest. My daughter cannot, she must be a lawyer. Now we lost that because if you come to a school and you know who a math teacher is, you know what the math teacher gives, you know what the English teacher, what will a guardian and counselor be given? It was almost an intangible product. So when they were looking for the first money to embezzle, it was that one for guardian. After all, no get work for here and I talk, they talk. And that was the foundation of education. If you checked our early parents and grandparents who went to school, if you talk to them, you realize the importance of that. And that's why they call it guidance. They are guiding. They are counseling you at that age where your mind is formative. So you can recover time, you can drop and move on. But we can all go back to the basics and see those things that we have missed for the sake of the young people. Second question.
Actually, in answering my first question, I think you answered my
second one. So we should
Yes,
move on.
thank
All
you.
right, thank you. So, Ikechukwu, how to avoid education of... No, please give him the mic. Oh, give her the mic. I think so. Lady, yes, I think so. Yeah. Yes. Okay. Yes. Yes. Okay, so simple. Every society is built on ethos. What is America known for? What is this society? Nigeria has none. Let me shock you. It's a crime in Nigeria, to be honest. It's a crime in Nigeria, and it's very dangerous. If you're in an office and you are honest, they will poison you. They'll kill you there. Because you'll be sitting on what they call their progress. So, and that's why I talked about disruptive. You know what I do now? If I argue with government official and he's getting heated, I'll put him on air. I had somebody who was disturbing a complete system in Kaduna. In fact, I met him yesterday, just before, when you called me, and I said I was heading to the airport. Yes. He was telling people, this one, you go radio, go finish me. Because that's what they never want to do. So there must be, let me tell you, and I tell people, and for mentees, this is serious business. You are not going to people who will accept you. No. Whatever you are going to learn in this process will become a threat to system. So they are not accepting you. So if you are Mr. Nice Lady or nice guy, please face your book. Let's move ahead. There will be time you ask yourself, what Professor Martin doesn't know that I was once expelled from school. And I took the school to court. That's why I said my next aim is to be taking the president. I was just a young man, 20, 21, 22. I went to court. They said, with who? I said the vice chancellor. Because you are doing crisis, I was in my room. You said the person looked like me. And you expelled me. And everybody said, we are going home. I said, I'm not going. I told my father I'm coming to school. And they said it will not work. I traveled from Bauchi to Jos. I met a lawyer, Barrister Imo. He now said, do you have money? I said, I don't have money, but I'm claiming 10 million. In 2003. He said, I said, yes. He said, give me money to prosecute. I said, no. Prosecute the case, then take 50%. He agreed. And we tracked the school until the vice chancellor came and said, please, it's a mistake. Let him go back to school. And the man asked me, do you still want your 10 million? I said, no, it's school I want to go to. If you say I should go back to school, let me go back to school. And I went back to school. The problem in Nigeria is the fact that we think that this system can't be broken. No, it can be broken. It can, but it's not easy. And let me tell you the ugly truth. Some have died trying. So that you don't think that, no, it will not all end in praise. Oh. It ended in praise. No, it's not all of them. But what's martyrdom? Is to sacrifice for a change. Every time I've spoken to a public official, I will tell them that I'm ready to die for this cause as long as I believe that it's true. And they will say, no, me, I'm not ready to die. They'll give you what you want. These systems can change. Before I met Martins, I was born and brought up in my small village in Umuahia. In that my village, there was a time it was after I met you. Somebody left city. In that my village, if you leave the village and go to the city and come back maybe after 6 months or 1 year and you are dishing out money, nobody will collect money from you. They'll be looking at you. Then it's your own parents now that will be calling. They wake you up around 12, 1 o'clock in the middle of the night. They ask, where did you get this money from? And if your answers are not satisfactory, they will hand you over to the police. They will carry you and give to the police. You know what will happen in my village now? If you go and come back, your father will tell you, Haba, the son of a chief has to be a chief. So he will get one chieftaincy title for you and get one for himself. So it's not that we don't have history. We do. And that's why it's good to connect back to that history. There must be a bottom where you say it was at this stage that things spoiled. What do they call it? Baseline. You must return to that baseline and say it was from here. Because if you can trace from where things got bad, you can repair that system. So if you think that you can confront this system, and how do you see? Again, what we are building in this group is data-driven knowledge. And I'm not sure there is leadership that you confront with data. I started by telling you how many young people are in Nigeria. Within what age range? And I can tell you until 15. So once you confront any problem with data, even if they are arguing, they are asking themselves, could these data be true? So even when they argue with you and say, no, it's not going to happen and go back, you have already given them sleepless nights. So it's not that this country is irredeemable. I don't believe it. But where are the change agents? Where are they? If you get how many are the politicians? I believe in democracy. But I'm not seeing it. What I'm seeing is civilian rule. It's my personal opinion. Because after all, there is no governor, no president in Nigeria that was not installed by a court. You vote, the court gives to another person. So you cannot convince me that that's democracy. But we are taking it. We can confront it. There are snippets of progresses here and there. Make your own. Make your own. If you know what you are doing, you are dedicated to it, it will work for you. Okay, so who took those? These ones are scaring me.
The next question is
Okay.
from Okoye Injdeka, a 300 level public health student. Sorry, before I continue, I saved out the questions. Most of your questions are interlining.
Similar. Okay.
So if you hear your question in another format, please listen and get the answer to your question.
So don't call the names.
Yeah, I won't call
so
the names. This one says, sir, please, what is the habit that separates good leaders from great ones? And what are the wrong steps that can make an entrepreneur fail?
Okay. What separates good leaders from
great ones?
Great ones. Anybody can help?
It's an interactive session.
Focus, resilience, and dedication. You haven't seen good leaders fail? Plenty of them. There are people that are chasing 100 million. From 5 million, they are misbehaving. You haven't seen big men who don't come to work till 10 o'clock. Focus. Focus. Because you don't start anything without vision. So if at some point you are no longer seeing those things that you saw when you started, you are off. And why is it important? Because mostly the road is not clear. In fact, they say wide is the road that leads to destruction. So it means that the one that leads to good things is very narrow. There will be a time they will come, they say, tax people have come, they have closed down your shop. You say, hey, I never even start, tax don't start. Focus, vision, resilience. If you have it, you become a great leader. You'll be. Next question, please.
Sir, will you say that leadership is inborn? Can people be effectively trained to be leaders? If everyone is being called to leadership, who then will follow?
Okay, so again, I'll go to the scripture. He said, as truly as the life stays, the poor will remain in your midst. Was it a curse? So it's the same. So there are people that by their action or by their omissions, they will remain followers. You just asked what separates leadership and great achievers. So if you lose it, at some point you have to follow.
Clear. How do we teach innovation to youths who have been trained by traditional education systems to just memorize facts and avoid mistakes?
I'm not sure anybody is teaching innovation. I'm not sure anybody is going to teach you. So, but people will teach you how to put your mind to work. If I teach you innovation, then it's mine. I can as well just innovate it. Why should I give it to you? So what they take, I think I like the speaker from Indonesia. He says it's opening up your mind to the possibilities of your mind. Nobody is going to teach you. It's you that will ask that disruptive question. Why is this like this? Why can't it be like this? That's innovation. Somebody was building an app while in university and felt that the university that he was in was distracting him from building the app. And he left the university. Then years later, he came to collect a doctorate degree from the university. Who was that, sir? Mark Zuckerberg. Mark Zuckerberg. He was short of what he had. He left the university and said, I'm not going to waste my time for here. His friend, who they were building it together, and I said, me, I'm not going anywhere. He said, you stay here. Because when you make yourself of value, they come and look for you. The university called him and said, come on, not first degree, take doctorate. Not honorary. No, but what, again, I continue to talk about the educational system in Nigeria. How, you're a mechanical engineer or electrical engineer or whatever. You are supposed to build a car. But Nigeria is not at that point where you build a car. So you cannot repair, you can't build. You're an engineer. You go to a roadside mechanic, he repairs, you call him an illiterate. Okay? That illiteracy, they need to check the meaning, no? They need to check the meaning. So you ask yourself, if you're a university community, how do we make sure that our engineering courses are value-driven? Why can't our students, for instance, be embedded in nursing motors, mechanics? You cannot repair, you can't build. You can, and the certificate makes you very expensive. They go, will pay you 30,000. You say, a homie? A home you, my brother. Ha! Now, well, sometimes I try to understand this, what you call whole, when you are empty. We need to talk about the value of education in Nigeria. Who is going to save who? I read, my first degree was banking and finance. We had this course, practice of banking. Throughout that semester, there was no day they said we should go to the bank. Then they now told us that we are going to write it. I now say, sir, please, this course, even by name, means that you have to go and learn the practice of banking. He said, my friend, it looks like you want to have carryover in this class. And I kept my peace. Even by name should tell you that they should go out. If you go to the banking sector today, it's filled with engineering graduates, microbial. Do you know why? They do further maths. The banks are looking for people who will not be wrong in calculating their money. So they give you maths exam. If you pass, they carry you. And mostly it's the science students that pass. So the educational system, I've heard so many good things about Madonna. So this is not talking about Madonna. I'm talking about Nigeria. So that not when I leave now, they say, that guy you brought here was... I'm talking about what is wrong with Nigeria. What is wrong with Nigeria? Sorry. So we need to rethink how, and I've often asked, why can't we even do this, our degrees in our local language? Okay, sorry, where are you from? Philippines. In Philippines, all your courses, are they in English language? If you teach me mathematics in Igbo language, I don't think anybody can beat me. If you can find a way to teach me mathematics. I was growing up, I was with my cousin in Jos. My uncle came and packed all of us from village and said, no, that we should all go to Jos. We went to Jos. And he said, immediately we entered, he banned speaking of what he called vernacular. That's Igbo language. Then I had this uncle, another wicked uncle. Once they serve us food with meat, he will come and pick all our meat. Then we'll now run to uncle, oh, well, he will say, shut up, English. Then we'll forgive my uncle. Because you can't speak the English. So I think that this problem with English, it looks like a funny thing. It's a problem in Nigeria. My friend was telling me that it's in Nigeria that the trust deficit here is very bad. That they will teach you and ask you, do you understand? Say yes. Do you all understand? Yes. They still give you question, give you exam. When you have confirmed to the teacher that you've understood, he still doesn't believe you. He has to. So we need to. I think the Indonesian guy was talking about colonization. We are still much colonized by this English mentality. We need to begin to do our things. I am from Umuahia. I hardly go home without going to National War Museum in Umuahia, where all the Biafran equipments that they used to fight war were. And when you go there, you see the ingenuity of the mind. A people faced with extinction, with hand, they did everything. So you ask yourself, why are they not doing it today? Please give me so that
My question is the difference between innovation and entrepreneurship. You mentioned that they are not the same, but I was all about building up ideas and business organization.
No. Okay, so I would have been disappointed if this question didn't come, because it was intentional when I said innovation is not the same as entrepreneurship. And I'm sure a lot of people understand that. Entrepreneurship is putting innovation to work. They are not the same. The innovator doesn't think about profit. He doesn't think money too much. He thinks about solving a problem. How do we they say there is no water in this. How do we get water here? He's thinking of solution to a problem. But once the entrepreneur comes, he begins to calculate this idea, if he gives us some millions. It's not the same. Because if you as an innovator take the idea of the entrepreneurship, you will not succeed. Because you'll be thinking about what you want to do. You are thinking about the money that is not there to do it. But if your innovation is sound, is bankable, people will run after you and say, let's implement this idea. So they are not the same. So I'm going to pause. Don't read anyone. I want to be sure that we understand this particular one. Do we? Okay.
So, as a beginner, what core values are really needed as a mentee to excel? And what characters are we expected to have or look out to grab as a mentee?
Okay, so this particular one has nothing, even the leadership we talk about, is when you aggregate them that it gives you leadership. One is to be a serious human being. Serious. And seriousness gives you lots of dimension. It gives you time value. It gives you discipline. There are people that take time they used to do something to go and play football or to go and watch match. There are people you tell, let's meet by 10, they come by 11:30. And with so much confidence that you still be waiting for them. If they come, you're not there, they say, is this little time that I wasted? This is African time now. African time, you must take it out. You must have what you stand for. What you stand for. They'll say, Mike, this one, no go there. Because if you don't have what you stand for anything. There are people, let me tell you once more. NGOs. That they are giving grants to NGOs. And I went to Abuja. And they say I need to get 10 to qualify that because it's supposed to be around baskets. So I called some of my friends who I knew had NGOs also. So they sent me their names and said, okay, let's get this one as a cooperative. And they said they were going to give us 10 million. That's 100 million for the 10. But there was a caveat. First, it started with, when I was going, I lived in Abuja before I moved to Kaduna. I served in Abuja. I did my IT in Abuja. I worked 2 years in Abuja. So then Abuja was not as big as it is today. So there's almost no nook and cranny that I didn't know. So when the taxi took me, when the guy came to come and pick me, He will enter here, pass here, come back the same place, pass like this. So inside my head, I knew that they were already trying to confuse me about the location of where we were going to. So I knew something was up. So when we finally got there, I got the 10 NGOs. They say, okay, so that they will send the 10 million. Then we'll now go and withdraw it and bring 70%, that's 7 million to them that they want to use it to do campaign. So I now asked them, what's the money for? They say it's for peace building. And naturally, I didn't have too much problem about that. So, but I made a request. I said, I want to do this peace building that you say I should do, so that I will show you video, show you reports, show you photographs. But 30% will not do it. So let me have 50%. They said I was greedy. So I now said I was not going to take anything less than 50%. So because they say, have I seen a sitting president lose election before? That should just take this thing that is free money. I say, no, I want to do the work. Let it be on record that we did the work. So, and to be honest, when I reached home and I narrated to my wife now said, now, cost they cost you like this. So at some point, I was now regretting that I didn't collect the money. But fast forward to 2015. One day, we were watching news. We now saw Olisa Metu on handcuff. So it was part of that money. Dasuki, $2 billion. And I called my wife and said, come and see that money that we didn't collect. Come and see what he's doing. So the essence is the fact that you must stand for something. It might not be a popular choice, but it can set you free. It can allow you stay on the course. Because I think it's in this side of the world, they say, I wolf the rumbeleko. So that the point is, you can't be a young person, you don't have core value that people will say, if it's this person, hold him to this one. They call it where belle face. Anywhere you see food, you are interested. It's not nice. You can't succeed as a young person. So there are core value. This is when you aggregate all of them. That's when it comes to leadership. But all this, you have good character, you have behavior. I think you talked about loyalty. I'm not sure we understand that word loyalty. Sorry, it's not the political loyalty. It's not this. It's not collect the whole state money and give to me. No, it's not that one we're talking about. And I think that the man from America was talking about it. Yes, Henry. That you identify people who you think that through these people I can grow. There are people that after 2 days mentorship, they are bigger than their mentor. If you talk 1, they talk 15. It stops you from learning further. You must understand that the mentor loses nothing. Probably the only thing he loses is the ability to grow, because as you mentor, you grow too. So there are people that they don't stay the course. You remember the man they said went to sweep a plane, and he saw on the floor how to fly a plane. He picked it. He sat in the cockpit. Step 1, press these buttons. Step 2, do this. Step 3, do this. So he did it until put it to fly. He started flying. So after flying, he was now looking for how to come down. He now checked the paper. They say for how to bring a plane down, go to volume 2. He was already airborne. So this mentorship is a process. It's a process. Don't think that because you have reached this, because you have reached this milestone, that you can stay on your own. No. There is this mentorship process that includes human connection. Even if you have the best idea in the world, without connection, it will die. I have a book I'm writing, and the title is The Successful Failure. You know failure can be successful, but you can successfully fail. So you can fly, and if you don't take time on that process, on continue or getting to the end of you will cry. And they say the fall will be so great, but that's how the Bible describes it, that the fall will be too great. next question. So that's nice.
Thank you very much. Please, can you help us differentiate entrepreneurship from businessman?
Entrepreneurship.
Yes, from businessman, because I believe that an entrepreneur is an innovator.
Okay.
Yes.
So that's the debate
So
I wanted.
differentiate
Okay.
entrepreneurship,
Yes.
an entrepreneur from a businessman.
Okay. From a business owner.
Businessman.
No, from a business owner, so that you don't disenfranchise the women.
Okay, business owner. From a business owner.
Okay, so I think that the one that is the same is a business owner and a businessman, the entrepreneur and a business owner. Do you know why? I think Money Point was innovated by somebody else. Apart from the people who are managing, the person who's managing it now is the entrepreneur, who is now the owner. There are people, most of my friends are pure innovators. They don't run business. They innovate an idea, you buy it off them and go and run it as a businessman.
So that's why I said that an entrepreneur is an innovator. Creativity. And the innovation is the implementation of values.
Yes.
If you're not creative, you're not innovative.
No, hold on. If you can create, okay. So maybe I understand where the confusion is. There are innovators that become entrepreneurs, that run their things. It's different. There are people that they have the ideas, they have the wherewithal, or they know who they can connect. There are entrepreneurs that they are innovators that stay the course with the fund to run the business. But the businessman is the entrepreneur who's putting his money for profit. That's the entrepreneur. Entrepreneur is doing whatever he's doing for profit. The innovator is solving a problem. No. He's solving a problem at a cost. At a cost. At a cost. Okay, so let me give you I talked to you about the OGP Youth Gov Hub. We innovated it. We don't make 1 naira from it. As long as we are concerned, it's solving the problem we want it to solve, which is to allow citizens to interact with the government. So you cannot call me an entrepreneur. But we are presently running that hub. We are presently running those apps. The only thing we do is that because we are now working with the government pays the people who host it online. You get what I mean? Now, somebody can come and call us and say, hey, bring this idea. Leave government alone. Let's use it to make money. And invest in it. We are running together with the person, but he's now charging an entrepreneur will not do anything without cost, without profit. Because he needs to sustain the investment he's making there. Yeah, that's the entrepreneur. Okay, you win. I like the argument. So, and I also believe that the audience will choose on whose side to be. So let's move ahead. So give him the. Okay, so.
We are okay.
All right.
Can you put
thank you
your
very
hands
much.
together for him? Please keep on clapping until he sits down. Thank you so much. That's a good one. I think they say variety is the spice of life. Can I call on somebody, Chamberlain, to please come and give us small entertainment? After you, another speaker will come up. Chamberlain, are you here? Zara.
Soft music. Okay.
If the Chamberlain is not coming, we have soft music at the background.
MC, just 1 second to add my voice to what the drama they did now. But I love it because a professor and a development expert, they are battling it. What I was just expecting the two of them to understand is that is some. You cannot say that all innovators are entrepreneurs. So some, like Facebook, Mark Zuckerberg is an innovator at the backyard of the garage of his father. he did not sell the innovation. He sourced for money and developed it, and that is why we have the app today we are using. There are so many other persons who developed, they are not known. They sold it to guys that have money. They are now businessmen, like entrepreneurs. So I think that is my little insight to you. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, the DVC. We have an entertainer now, Chamberlain AKZ. Am I correct? He's coming to do something. Let us just watch. It's going to be a kind of puzzle. After his acting, I will now come up with my questions. Chamberlain, come up. All right, you're here now. Zara, what have you to say? It's like you're okay. I just bless you. Go ahead.
This mic is not sharp. Franklin, can you hear me? Oh, this mic is.
Sorry,
I prefer the arena mic. That one is sharp. When you talk, you know, respond. Okay. Good day, everybody. I want to use this medium to congratulate everybody that is here for this event. Look at that guy. Hey, come. Tell that guy to stand up from there. Do you think we are joking here? Come. Adama Bia. Bottom that girl. Look at them. They're the kind of people that will not graduate from this school. What nonsense. Do you think we are joking here? Later now, your parents will come and start crying in my office. If I see anybody, if I see anybody's parents in my office, I'm going to take care of all of you. What's that? If I tell you to open your portal now, 0.00. Very soon we'll fish all of you out. Criminal students. Thank you very much.
Please keep on clapping. I told you it was going to be a big puzzle, and I said I want to ask a question. Whoever answers my question and gets it correct, I bet you have a fat prize. Now, in all honesty, if you think that what's his name was acting, trying to let us know about a person, a man or a woman, and you are sure, kindly raise up your hand and indicate. Oh my God.
I think we're going to share the money across.
I won't take this that you are my daughter. Go and sit down. I mean, I'm in for serious business. Hello. If you know you want to answer, show by raising up your hand. Let me count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All right. In unison, who do you think? Can you put your hands together for yourselves? All right, I cannot go back from what I said. I said you're going to have a fat prize, and all of you will take it. But before then, I'll ask you another question. Can somebody define money for me? Money. Just, I want a definition of money. What is money? Tell me now. No. That's not that. I think it is anything that is acceptable that you can use to do this or do that. Did you agree with me? All right. I will give you 10 claps, and each clap stands for 1 million. So totally, I'm giving you a sum of 1 million, starting with Zara. Come and hold this. The first 1 million, second 1 million, third million, fourth million, fifth million, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Thank you. You have accepted your 10 million. Can you put your hands together for me? You agreed with me that money is anything I now said my own money is a clap, and you accepted. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We thank God. And this time around, I think we have really had a change. And we are going to introduce somebody who walked in while we were still here to now come and talk to all. The citation, please. I think the citation of the man should be read, and it's like the PA. Is it the PA that is going to read, or you want us to? All right, Zara, you're here. Zara, please. I am calling out Honorable Rock Adote to please come forward. You are going to talk to us, but before then, we want to tell this august gathering who you are. Honorable sir, please come forward. Put your hands together for him. You can stand and let the world see you. Zara, thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mrs. Rita Kenneth Okere. Reading here is Otibochi Zaramo, and I'm going to read the citation of Honorable Rock Adote, Managing Director, Havelsoft International Limited. Rock Adote is the Managing Director of Havelsoft International, based in Abuja, Nigeria. He graduated from Madonna University in 2008 with a degree in public administration. As the managing director of Havelsoft International, he oversees operations and strategic initiatives aimed at driving growth and success for the company. With his expertise in management and administration, he plays a pivotal role in steering the organization towards its objective and ensuring operational efficiency. His background in public administration from Madonna University provides him with a solid foundation in organizational dynamics, policy analysis, and public service management. His education has equipped him with the knowledge and skills necessary to navigate the complexities of the business world and lead Havelsoft International to new heights of achievement. Through his leadership, he is committed to fostering a culture of excellence, innovation, and integrity within Havelsoft International. He is dedicated to upholding the values of professionalism, transparency, and managing director. Havelsoft International Limited customer satisfaction in all aspects of the company's operation. He is a board of trustee member of Madonna University, Nigeria. With a round of applause, let's make welcome Honorable Rock Adote. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. It's an opportunity to be here. special recognition to the management of Madonna University, the DVC, the Pro Vice Chancellor, and the entire management. Thank you very much for this opportunity. My name is Rock Adote, and I'm not really good with accolades, so I don't know where she got all those things she told you, honestly. They are too much for me. But I will put it simple. I'll first introduce myself. I'm the managing director of Havosev, like service. And that's the holding company of 4 other companies. If you search my name, you're going to see more of tags like information security, intelligence, reputation management, human resource automation. And the reason why you're going to see it is because we sitting on the management of 4 other companies. Haversoft is strictly into enterprise IT for the last 10 years. We've handled implementation for financial institutions, universities, government, state institutions. At the moment, we are working with almost all intelligence agencies in the country directly, providing cutting-edge intelligence, not just for catching Boko Harams, but for crime. And that's our cybersecurity arm. We are very popular with that. We have another company called Optics.ng, Optics, and it handles entirely only reputation management. And the reason why Optics came to birth is because of your brand. You're a personal brand, and brand management is the new norm. If you look at Nigerian teledensity, it's growing at a rate of I think 4.5% by 2050. At the moment, 87% of Nigerians already have a phone and online. What does it mean? People will see you more online. If you're not online, you're not in line. And guess what? If people search about you and they see a bad or negative press about you, nobody wants to do business with you. So reputation management from now to the next 100 years is a very vital cornerstone of how people want to interact with you. So at the moment, Madonna is our alma mater, and we don't joke with Madonna. So if you go online, my teams are writing articles 24/7 for Madonna and publishing. In Optics.ng, one of the demands that we also do, we have what we call the MRT. That's the media response teams. If you have time, I'll show you. We have over 87 staffs nationwide. And what do? If they we even monitor Madonna. If you just call Madonna is a bad institution. We see it from our Abuja office. The way they will attack you, they'll just go to that post and just suffocate that post. We call it incremental suppression, and that's because we follow the algorithms of how the social media teams work. You know, if you make a post, and if you go to a post on Instagram, it's the most engaging post, comments Instagram will bring first to you. So if my MRT teams go there and suppress that negative sentiment, it's that suppression that people is going to see. So that way, new people coming to that post will either not want to react negatively or abstain, or they'll react positively. That's how we used to manage both the president's. Yes, I manage the president's internet profile and his reputation management. I manage a whole bunch of agencies in Optics.ng, and we do nothing but this. The next company is Havo HR. Let me tell you why I'm taking time to explain these things, because when we get to mentorship, I want you to be very motivated and take the next stage of your life extremely serious. There's nothing I'm telling you here that's first is by own effort, is by discipline and God's grace. But if you have God's grace and you don't have if you don't have discipline, you'll be repeating the same cycles. So you need to make effort if you want comfort. So Havo HR is another company we registered. It was necessitated by corruption in the civil service. And that's strictly HR automation. You can Google it, havohr.com, HAVOHR.com. What do we do in Havo HR? We just automated the way you onboard staffs. And we use digital integration with NIMC BVN to detect ghost workers. So our last, okay, they've not done project signed up, but the current project we have was Kano State. You can search anything I'm telling you is online. Kano State's Commission of Local Government and Chieftaincy Affairs said they are paying over 95,000 people. How? Where's the office? So I went to Kano State, me and my teams, and we said, that's like 6 football stadium. When we check, we did not see any office. The ministry in Nasarawa is just one building. It's not even up to big as this hall. Then the commissioner said they pay over 13 billion monthly. And guess what? 80% of that funds are ghosts. So what did we do? We just kept NIN integration. And you know what NIN integration does? It brings your picture, it brings your date of birth, it does your name validation. So we start digital onboarding. Everybody to go and fill their name, fill their form and everything. You will see duplicates, you will see account number 002. That's all. It's not even up to 10 digits. It's not no ban compliance. That is CBN compliance. That was how we were able to get several fraudulent records that these people are paying. In short, another indicator was that the retirement age for civil service, I think, is 60. Is it 61 or 62? 65. So when you validate today's date against their date of birth by NIN, you will just see a bunch of people that are not supposed to be in that system. Why am I taking time to explain you this? It's only when you are focused, you can calm down and see the opportunities in front of you. A lot has changed, and you guys are in the forefront of these opportunities. So Havo HR is what we do. We handle human resource automation. One button, you pay all your salaries. You don't need it. Automate pay slip, automate query, automate layoff checklist, automate recruitment. These are not what we do. So fortunately, my institution recognized our effort and they appointed me a member of the board of trustees. It's responsibility, pure responsibility. Don't know why Prof gave me that responsibility at this time, Father. But I appreciate the recognition. Thank you, management. Speaking specifically to the topic I'm standing here to speak on is mentorship frameworks and the benefits. But I'll give you a succinct overview. The role of mentorship cannot be overemphasized because if you don't have a mentor, trust me, or if you don't have someone you're looking up to, you know when you're doing a lot and when you're working and you think you're doing a lot and the best, but you don't know that where you are is not even, you're not even competitive in the global market. When you come out and see what other of your peers are doing, you'll be intimidated. A mentor provides guidance, emotional support, practical strategies to overcome educational challenges. So many more. A mentor provides resilience. Resilience is one virtue that most Nigerian youths don't have. And if you don't have resilience, you can't win. There is nothing you want to do. Even though you pray, you need resilience because you're going to fail 1,000 times. And I can give you so many stories to augment this. Is it the Facebook story? Is it Elon Musk? His Starship, when it's going, has exploded, billions lost in the air. He still continues. So resilience is one of those virtues that you need at this stage of your life. I was invited into a talk show, and that was in Abuja, and it's actually more on the social side. And the problem was why most of our young girls, you will learn medicine, you will learn law, you will learn pharmacy. At the end of the day, when you come out from school, you're doing social media content, or you're posting half of your body naked, or you're doing makeup, or you're selling hair. What is the issue? And it's actually very prevalent. Then in that talk show, it got to me that our young girls don't have mentors. That's just the problem. It's not as if Nigerian ladies are bad. They don't have who to look up to. And most times, it's not even the function of the school because the school is fulfilling its own obligations. Most time it's from the home, the most basic institution. The primary people they are supposed to look up to either have failed or is carried away or they are not even there. Some are abused, so they are living with that trauma. How do you want to start when you can't even identify these people? So why am I giving you this scenario? The need, the importance of mentorship cannot be overemphasized. Yes. I had a boss then. His name is Prem Iwo. I was in Diamond Bank. I had the opportunity to work with then the defunct Diamond Bank, now Access Bank. And then it gave me the opportunity to work with some of the smartest minds. Before I joined Diamond Bank, I was thinking, I'm very good in hacking. I like cybersecurity, even though I studied public admin. If I tell you the story of Madonna and me, I'm sure everybody will laugh here. It's very, very. Who knows Fadangoke? No, I don't think anyone. I think you know Fadangoke of blessed memory. He's very. You guys are enjoying, I hope people know people are enjoying. Prof. Martin's pampering you. If you were here when Fadangoke was here, you can't see Madonna. Father, you're laughing. It was not a joke. It's not a joke. That man built me standing here, and a lot of people, even here at the bus, a lot. Chuka, Elumelu, Peter, Wanchuku, Joey, a lot. Like, if I pray, it is just in me that I must do the sign of the cross. It's just natural. I must do the sign of the cross. And sometimes people will like when before I married, my wife's father is a pastor, went to our church. They were praying. I did the sign of the cross. Everybody would just look at me like this. I'm like, who is that? This you know what father is. Because it's just that. It's instituted. It's in the blood. By morning, adoration. Hiya. So let me give you that story so you understand how it relates to your mentorship. One day I was in Okija campus and I'm very stubborn with reading and research. I read a lot. And you know one thing Madonna helps you that you people don't know? It is not written in Madonna laws. It's not written in Madonna constitution. But as you're here, it is hitting your life. Madonna is saving you from a lot of distraction and evil. Believe me. As you're seated here, you don't know what God is doing for you. Madonna is inculcating to you values that will be helpful for the rest of your life. Madonna is building conscience in you, sincerity in you. Yes. The jogging you're doing, go to the hospital. You will thank God that you are jogging. The dress sense, the discipline. You can't buy those values when you go out because when you go outside there, you'll be competing with evil spirits. Why are you laughing? In Okija, I was good in binding. You know, they don't allow us to watch movies and everything. So it's just prayer, your education and everything. So I carried they give us laptop, they give us drink. And I was playing with my laptop. Everybody comes to me because before you go and repair your phone, you need to take exit to Onitsha. That is if Sister Purissima allows you, or Sister Fred Nora. So then I had a laptop. So everybody comes to me in Okija, Mr. Rock, my phone is bad. I say, pay me. Then 300 naira is something. There's 5 naira change. So they will give me money. I was making money until, and there's virus then. It was not like now. So the DVC had a problem with his laptop. Let me tell you, if you just hear Fanangoke is calling you, just kneel down, raise up your hand wherever you are, read Psalm 51. If not, from there to your house. If you just hear DVC is calling you. I'm not joking, no. So innocent me that everybody know, man. That time I was short. If you just see me when they say rock, who is rock? Who is this small boy? Okute. Is it this boy they're calling rock? I say, yes. So I was playful and people know me. So the dean of boys came and said, where is Rock? DVC is calling him. Unfortunately, I was doing something I was not supposed to do. my roommates in the hostel. They were cooking with stove, not where we are supposed to cook, but in the room. So when they said DVC is coming, if DVC is coming to the hostel, you have to be cleaning. DVC is coming, off that light, off that. So as they were cooking, stove, if you off stove, you will still know that the smell. So DVC is coming. Jesus. Off that light. Everybody they would just carry the pour water, the Holy Ghost. Open the door. Then as they were climbing PSA hostel, I just heard rock. All my roommates said, Rock, what have you done? I said, see me. Hey, I fight person. I do anything. Rock, where is Rock in this hall? Hey, God. I said, Mommy, help me. I just came out like someone they poured water. Sir, follow me. Wear your clothes and follow me. Okay, sir. Everybody say, Rock, say the truth. Have you done anything bad? I said, just call my mom. Just tell her that she should be praying for me. So as I got out, DVC just looked at me so that this boy, are you sure you're well? I said, yes. He said, DVC is calling you. And guess what? They were having a panel. So you see Sister Fred Nora, she was there. You see some sisters. And when you just enter DVC office, he has a big eye and he will just look at you. Obokute. I was not standing. It's not me that was standing. And I just looked. He said, is this the Rock? DVC said, yes. He said, yeah, stand here. I looked at the people in the panel. I said, but I don't know these people. So when they finished, I think sister was looking at my face and seeing how scared I was, and she was laughing. And her laughter was not good. She would laugh. So it was worse than oh, my hand was wet. I said, Holy Ghost, Father, our Father, what in heaven? Jesus, I was just praying. DVC did not even look at. If you see DVC, make that man rest. He say that man is the cornerstone of almost all of us enjoying today. So when DVC has finished with everybody, he said, Rock, do you know why you're here? I said, no, Father. He said, my laptop has virus and I heard you're the only one in the school that can do it. Hey! Imagine me, cybersecurity guru. Father said he has a problem. I said, Father, where is it? I said, Father, where is it? He said, what happened? Calm down. Is it your laptop? I said, no problem. Okay. He said, my synod book, my papal papers, all those Vatican papers cannot open. This. Okay. All of them were just looking at me. As Father opened his laptop, I said, Father, don't worry. He said he doesn't want them to take it on each other. I said, Father, okay. Just say, take the laptop and as I finished everything, the Microsoft Word opened, the system was working. I cleared the temporary directory, cleared the antivirus. I said, Father, your USB will be infected. Or bring it. I don't know. Listen, mentorship. I don't know that as I was doing those things with that enthusiasm, that spirit, Sister Fred Nora, Sister Purissima, Father, just look at me like this. I said, Father, if this laptop is infected, your USB drive will be infected. Bring your phone. Let me look at. I saw virus. I deleted it. When I finished, Father opened everything. Everything was working. Father said, where are you from? I said, Father, my mom is on your bingwa. My dad is. She said, okay, from now on, you'll be living with me in my house. I am telling you. And from that moment, they took me away from my hostel to Father Ngoke's house. And I stayed from there till I graduated. You can verify it. Now, when you look at this story, you ask, what played out for you? His resilience, his discipline of purpose. You see that passion you like. Don't let it die. You're not the one that put it in your heart. You see that thing you like doing. They say when work becomes fun, it's no longer work. It's just something you flow. It's just something you flow. I can give you another instance before we go to fully, because what is here is just theory. Let me give you instances. Because of our attended Madonna, and that's why you see the next person sitting next to you. Don't underestimate the relationship you make in your university. Believe me. The next guy sitting next to you might be your king. The next lady sitting next to you might be the wife of the governor. That boy in your classroom that you see like book, but he does not dress well, you might work for him. You need to understand that when you go out there, you're going to bear your father's name, and it's your destiny that will be calling you. So you have to be in your best state. And it's not really easy, to be honest, in a world where there's so much distraction. Discipline is only what can save you. There are different types of mentorship frameworks, and they bridge the gap between academic theory and real world execution. That's why I'm going to use stories to augment the importance of mentorship. We have peer-to-peer mentorship. We have industry-sponsored and executive mentorship. We have faculty and research mentorship. We have group constellation mentorship. We have reverse mentorship. That's when students with their senior professionals share fresh perspective, particularly around modern technology, social media trends, and Gen Z workplace culture. That's reverse mentorship. We have design thinking in mentorship. That's to encourage mentees to treat their career like prototypes. So in this type of mentorship, which I will give further explanation in subsequent slides, mentors guide students through cycles of empathizing, ideation, prototyping, defining and testing career hypotheses through internships. That's design thinking mentorship. So this is different mentorship. We are going to touch all of them. But to put it more in your perspective, there are different examples why you cannot overemphasize the importance of mentorship. First, you have students struggling with time management. Through mentorship, you can make the students understand the importance of scheduling. You can make the students understand the importance of how to prioritize their task, how to suffocate their distraction, how to build a study schedule. You have instances where student has repeatedly failed the exam. The only thing that student needs is reassurance that it doesn't define their educational journey. So if you see a student not performing well or performing poorly, don't despise these students. It's just reassurance. And I can tell you, such students even have an advantage over those that are winning. Because the more you fail, you've just seen other ways the system will not work. You'll be better when you win. There's something about mentorship that is going to help you in life. And these are few values. Mentorship wakes up what they call critical thinking. Yes, critical thinking. Mentorship wakes up what it gives you independence. Mentorship gives you self-confidence. Mentorship gives you career guidance. For instance, career guidance. There are a lot of you here today that when you leave Madonna, you will not be doing what you studied. If probably 70% of you, or 80, if prof, you said 80. Believe me. And let me tell you why. What am I even, me myself, I studied public admin Okija. I'm running a tech company. How? How? First is passion. Yes, I went further. I went to do masters in University of Ibadan, computer systems, and get certification. But that passion that I wanted to do is what I'm pursuing, and not just IT, but cybersecurity. So yesterday I was giving a speech in Metroscape, Lagos, before I flew in. I flew in from Abuja to Lagos, from Lagos to River State. And that speech was how to automate real estate operations, data-driven facts, how to automate it. The only thing that will give you there is when you have passion for what you're doing. You see, your generation, pragmatically speaking, is very, very, very opportune. Very, very opportune. And the reason why I said so is because the world is facing a social change. And this social change is driven by several indicators. The first is technology advancement. Second is cultural mix. Let me start with cultural mix, for instance. If you go online now, and I'm sure if you go to almost everybody here, they all have Instagram page, true or false? Your Instagram page is the picture in that Instagram page like you in the real life. You have not used filter and remove your pimples. Oh. Okay, no problem. But let me tell you why this is important. Our youths are trying to look like the West. You have more youths speaking less of their mother tongue. You have more youths that are trying to copy what the West does. It's not something that you can stop. It's not so, it's like AI. If you go to technology advancements, everybody's saying AI, AI. Where was AI? So are you telling all my professor degree, my BSc, my masters, all the algebra, swords I was learning, everything now, just type AI, AI will give you everything. So my years is in waste. So what you're saying is that with this change happening, it is bringing new opportunities to you. You can learn quicker. You can learn faster. It's all on the level of your thoughts. You can build a banking application from your thoughts to production, to markets, not even production. You can think and tell AI, create a syllabus for me on law of contracts. Create a timetable, a study schedule for me, and remind me to learn this schedule. You will be ahead of your teacher and on your curriculum. These are advantages that were never there 10 years ago. So, do you see how you have new opportunities? Should I tell you what you need now? You need mentorship. You need strong mentorship. When they say AI is going to produce the next level of billionaires, it's not a joke and it's not a lie. In short, you have the gift of years. There are certain things my mom cannot do, elderly people cannot do. Not because they don't have the brain, but because of their age and this responsibility for them. The world is looking up to you. So you can't overemphasize the role or the importance of mentorship. Now, mentors can help students develop problem-solving skills, teaching them how to approach challenges in a constructive way. Let's start with peer-to-peer mentorship. Peer-to-peer mentorship, where you call P2P mentorship, is a type of mentorship where pairs incoming first-year students with upperclassmen, juniors and seniors, or graduate students. This is time management, mental awareness, campus navigation. This is a mentorship we see in most universities, where the freshers are coming, the older students, those in 400 level law, 500 level, they say, okay, let me show you how Madonna works. Let me show you. You need to see yourself as instruments of change, because whatever you teach or whatever you tell those freshers is what they are going to adopt, is what they are going to learn. So mentorship does not really rely on an external factor or a successful factor. Even you are mentors to your younger ones. Are you with me? You are mentors to your younger ones. If your younger ones see you dressing half naked, they will not even tell you. They will go and start dressing half naked. If your mentor will see you lying, they will start lying. So first, see yourself as what you want to preach. So this is what P2P mentorship speaks about. Now, it builds early leadership, interpersonal communication, active listening skills for the mentor, while easing the transition for the mentee. You know, one of the gifts that is very, very powerful for you at this your a level and age now, funny as it sounds, but it determines all your life and it determines your next level as you move fast pace, is active listening. And I will give you several instances. You can hear me, you're just hearing, but you're not listening. Yes. listening requires patience. And that is because we see the world not as it is, but as we are. Yes. If you understand this, you will solve a lot of problems in your life. Two people can never see a situation the same way. Who believes me? You can never see a situation the same way. If you call a lawyer, why did Chinaza slap John? And he says that Chinaza matched me. And if you call that's a male lawyer, and you call a female lawyer, she'll say, why would the man match the woman? The man should apologize. She's a lady. But the male lawyer will say, but it's woman that find trouble. They are both seeing that situation totally from different perspectives. Yes, that's why nepotism is bad. When you come out, God do not allow you enter EFCC case or judge, where the judge is a nepotic person. And do you know, this is why you all sitting here in Madonna are actually agents of change. How? You'll be elected in public offices tomorrow. It's not your construct. You don't know? You don't know it's not your construct. Are you the one that choose the mother you come out from? Are you the one that choose the father you come out from? You don't know there are certain things you cannot do by your own power. You can't go anywhere except with God guidance and discipline. So what does it mean if you cannot choose this aspect of your life? It means before you are here, there's a purpose on your head. Yes. So, as agents of change, the future of Nigeria is sitting in front of is sitting in front of me here. Yes. Most of you will be chief judges. If you're a nepotic person, you will send people to jail. One of my childhood friends came from America, and I met him in Lagos. He has been chatting me since, and he said, Rock, I was in prison for seven years. I said, what happened? He said, that's Papa. I said, tell me the story. It's not a good story, actually. He said he went abroad for greener pastures and he married a white in Maryland. And he never knew that in abroad, they classify women. I'm not joking. No. They classify women first. After they classify women, they classify children first. Then they classify animals before they classify men. Why people your mom? I'm not joking. No. If you carry a cat and throw it on the ground, 20 years in jail for cat to pussy cat. It's not that thing you carry stone and stone dog in Pavilion D or this thing. You go jail, free jail. If the dog does back, jail. I said, Papa, are you saying the truth? He said I should go online and check his name. His name is on Department of whatever. And I checked it. I felt bad for him. I'm not saying, I said yesterday we are together. So when he narrated the story, I said, is it that this woman don't love you? Or what happened? Or you have cheated? Or you've done bad thing? He said, no. That nobody mentored him and nobody advised him before he went abroad. He was thinking abroad is Nigeria, where you just come, you slap him. You and your wife argue. You say, get off. I'm a man, you know. Free jail. Free one. He said nobody told him. He will come back later the night, drum party. I said, eh? He said, if you even play music too loud in your house, your wife will call police. And he said, so we are enjoying in Nigeria. He said, we are not enjoying. Nigeria is heaven. Eh? I said, many people don't know this. He said, nobody advised him. I said, how come you not spent 7 years in jail? He said, the woman accused him of sleeping with their daughter. I said, that is not a good story. Your daughter? How? He said, that's what he has been asking himself. That normally rape case is 25 years of life imprisonment. So it's when when she called the police, he was not sleeping and they raided him. From there to cell, from cell to Maryland prison. He said nobody. He called different attorneys. After 2 years, the attorney will say they are posting him. He's trying to, they are bringing another attorney. So the case will start from fresh. That's how he was able to spend. That's normally when they give you 7 years, you spend only 3 years before you go. But his sister, who is in Lagos, could not reach him. So she ended up locating him. Went to go and start shouting on the Oibo wife. They were, oh, your Nigerian sister has come to fight. You will spend that 7 years. And I'm like, is this how United States is? He said, don't stone cats. Cats. Don't even try. They rate cats before men. If only he had a mentor. If only he was advised. If only he knew. Hope you guys are men. Where are you? Don't go. You heard it in your school, Sha. So, what I'm trying to say is, where I'm going to with that discussion was that woman, he is not the first, he was the third person. It was a pattern. And in the Institute of Public Defender or something in the United States, that's what they do. So you know why? When she have baby with foreigners, she collects money from government or something on the children. I don't know, one kind of funny. So in short, before him was a Haiti person. Before the Haiti person was a Nigeria. The Haiti person is already dead. The Nigerian is still in jail. As people here is in jail. His own is what's lucky at life. He's a Catholic. He was praying and he attended all these prison courses, helping people to be better in prison. So that's why they released him 7 years. I say, are you telling me film show or real? He said, Rock, look at me. I felt so bad for him. If only he had a mentor or an advisor. So when I look at it, I said, so this is a system they do to blacks. He said there are some places in America, you as a black man, they will tell you you are useless there, Seth. He said it, that racism is real. So that woman was nepotic. They have a stereotype for blacks. Now, I've given that use case. Coming to Nigeria, most of you are going to be in positions of power and authority tomorrow. You need to understand the value of your judgment. You need to have human sympathy. You need to understand that a lot is dependent on you. Many of you will be commissioner of police. Many of you will be in position of trust. Many of you will be where nobody's going to see what you're going to do. If you say yes, 1,000 people will die. Yes, I'm serious. If you say no, people will survive. That's where God is pushing you to. So it is important, first, on the peer-to-peer mentorship, you see yourselves as agents of change. It builds early leadership with you. Hope we are together, guys. Before I go to industry and sponsored executive membership, you know one of the values this is going to help you. If you leave school now and go on holiday, and maybe you go to church or you go to anywhere where nobody knows you, there are 80% chances that anybody you meet, any stranger you meet, the first thing they'll ask you is, what's your name? John. Ibonye Ibe, where are you from? That's what they'll ask you in Nigeria. True or false? When you say, I'm from Adamawa, okay, bye-bye. When they say, I'm from Abia, I'm from Owerri, okay, Ibonye Ibe, I don't want fun now. Where is your mom from? Bia Biko. Do you know that is a stereotype? It will not change now. The change starts from you. It is not about magic or anything. It starts from you. So you end up saying, the problem of Nigeria as we are seated here is this thing, even insecurity. Is this what I'm talking of? Early leadership. So it is important you see yourself as agents of change. The new people coming to Madonna University, whatever you've learned from the current management of the institution, transition it well to those that are coming. Because you're actually having the opportunity to build a better generation. The next mentorship framework, we have industry-sponsored and executive mentorship. This is where you pair students with working professionals, alumni, or corporate executives in their chosen field. This actually builds you. When I was in the banking sector, I was in love with, I see Premier Oiwo. He's the current MD of Nigeria Interbanking Settlements, NIBS. When you do a transfer, they aggregate it for you. I called him. We always speak most times, but I needed access to N9 APIs. I work with Shea Tunubu 100%. I work with the president directly, no middleman. And it's not because he likes me. Don't be deceived. It's because he's seeing value. Are we together? Are we together? It's because he's seeing value. The day he doesn't see that value, what will happen? What will happen? When I come back, people say, sir, I used to be Shea Tunubu. So you have to keep pursuing value. So he said we should reach out to Bisoye. Bisoye is the current DG of Nigerian Identity Management Commission, NIMSI. They have access to NIN APIs. So he needed it because of investigation cases were becoming too much. And manual identification is hard because if we get someone's number, we will need to use Truecaller to identify the person. And before you check the person's CDR, that's call detail records. It's a lot. But if you have N9 API, phone number to N9 mapping, you will just see the N9 picture of this person. So it's easy. And we've automated it. That's our metadata product. So I went to Bisoye. I typed Bisoye and I couldn't have access to her. So I just called them Premier. I said, I've seen this man and Bisoye together because they work almost in the same industry. And he said, Rock, how are you? I said, I'm fine. How is your mom? I said, fine, sir. Sir, please, I want to have access to Bisoye. He said, what for? He said, the president needs it. And I can't reach Bisoye, but I know you. He said, which president? I said, President of Nigeria. He said, are you working with the president? I said, yes. He said, my brother, how are you now? You did not tell me since, so how can we see? And I said, boss, you know I'm just a servant. Please, it's not as if. But what does that tells you? See, it's either Madonna or you're not a Madonna. People should clap for yourself. See, you will not understand the value Madonna is giving you. You will not understand it. It is immense. It is immense. You see that prayer you guys are doing? When Madonna came to Abuja, I think they came for a tour, student tour. Then that was last week, I'll be last 2 weeks, with Father Syracuse. I just called the DJ of NIDA. I said my alma mater is coming to visit. They want to see all the federal. If you see the speech the DJ used and approve my request. If you see me talking to him, you think I have one serious power. It's not true. It's not power, it's value. What you're doing, what you're learning, when you build discipline with it, when you add resilience with it, when you're passionate about it, the stars is your limit. And let me tell you something that you're going to notice as you grow in life. Nobody can kill you. Yes, I stand on my word. Nobody can harm you. Nobody can hurt you, except you create room for it. And this is biblical. You don't know. You don't know nobody can do you anything. It's when you put your hand dirty. Look at Job now in the Bible. God was using Job to pose to devil. Can you see my son? He's very clean, he's very neat, no stain. And devil said, let us set trap on him. We talk bad of you. No man like his body. God said, go test him, but don't touch his body. Don't touch his soul. Do you know what that means? It's like the madman syndrome. The idea of being a madman doesn't make sense. If you want to kill the person, kill the person. Why are you making him mad? It's because your enemies cannot kill you because you have a destiny on your head. So what they want to do, they want to make you mad. You know the concept of madman does not make sense. If he's an enemy, kill him now. Why are you making him mad? So you start understanding why they say who the God wants to destroy, they first make mad. Because immediately they take the ability for you to think straight, to think well, you cannot succeed. But what you have in Madonna is an institution that not just gives you the ability to think well, but also gives you the virtues to grow. When you live here, you go to your hostel, you go to your campuses, you go to your classrooms, you have peace of mind, you research, you interact with your team. It is a blessing you will not know the value until you live here. There's no even strike. So, back to base. Industry sponsored and executive membership. The focus is on career goal setting, resume building, and interview preparation. It translates academic knowledge into industry specific skills. It creates a direct pipeline for internships and demystifies workplace culture. Industry and sponsored executive membership is something that Madonna has started. And all thanks to the management of the institution. Please, let's clap for them. Because some of the things we are saying, even as alumni, we didn't have the benefit to enjoy them. Yes, you need to appreciate your management. They love you and they want the best from you. We have faculty and research mentorship. This connects students directly with professors and research lab directors, academic integration, critical thinking, domain-specific expertise. So what this does, the advantage of this, that's number 3, faculty and research mentorship. It fosters analytical problem solving and produces vital recommendation letters, publication opportunities for students entering the corporate sector and academia. This is mostly the relationship between you and your lecturers. You know, I didn't understand when then they say pray for your lecturers, pray for your teachers. God sent them to you. You don't know. Yes, God sent your teachers to you. If you have a teacher today, by the time you are into the world, likely chances are it might be old. Nobody say there's no law or principle that says that you should cater for him, but you should remember them, because through them God made you who you are. Now, this faculty and research mentorship, the importance is it can't be overemphasized, and that's because the world is facing an era where, like I mentioned before, what you learn and what you're going to do is different. And in Madonna, I know one of the things we started doing is integrating artificial intelligence into almost all your departments by creating an artificial intelligence hub. What does that allow you to do? It's exposing you to skills, opportunities that will make you relevant after you leave here. Trust me, if you go outside there and you don't understand the use of nanotechnology, you don't understand what retrieval augmented generation RAG means, if you don't understand most of all these fundamental technology concepts and how they apply to your studies, you might look left out. But going forward, because we have started, okay, I think I'm being partial. I'm talking as a member of board of trustees now. This is privileged information. This is privileged information. But I will, because I want the best for you guys too. So the importance of faculty and research mentorship, it's huge. And one of the advantages is that it's going to awaken critical thinking. I can tell you almost all the technologies I used in creating mobile app, me and my teams then in the bank, as I'm talking to you, all of them are useless. So if you're not having a mentor that is going to guide you, a mentor that is also following the trend, the advancements, the progress in your field, you might come out there with old knowledge in new markets. That does not give you an advantage. That does not make you competitive. So, faculty and research mentorship, the importance is broad. And I think, I know Madonna started it. So the next is group or constellation membership. This replaces traditional one-on-one model with a network where students can engage with group consisting of a pair, an alumni mentor, a faculty member, and an industry expert. The focus is on holistic development and networking. You know, in the world we are today, if you don't network, your network is your net worth. Yes, your network is your network. And let me tell you something. Let me give you a real life instance. You wonder how a Southern Madonna student is working with Tinubu. Is someone that will introduce you to someone. Are you with me, guys? So don't joke with your network. And let me tell you, funny enough, it's a Madonna student that introduced me to Tinubu. Yes. I was good in cybersecurity. If you go to Google now, if you just type my name, you see all those my old videos. You will see me very lean, safe. You say, Mr. Rock has not seen money this time. You see me talking on NTA channels and all those things. Then was Dr. Bayero. He introduced me. If I tell you people, these people will laugh at me. Tinubu is not the first person I was working with. They said I'm a political ashewo, that every person in power is who I work with. I first worked with Kwankwaso. After Kwankwaso, I worked with Atiku. After Atiku, now I'm working with Tinubu. Please, you people should give glory to God. Thank God for me. If you go online, you see this thing. Oh. How did I meet Kwankwaso? Who knows Kwankwaso? He was contesting for the presidential election in Kano. So they said I should come and handle his cyber intelligence team from Lagos. I went there. When I went there, they were speaking Hausa. I don't know how to speak Hausa. So I was working for him, but I felt disintegrated in a way. And I was not seeing money. Then Atiku people heard about me. No, Dr. Bayero said, Rock, why don't you leave Kwankwaso and come to Atiku's camp? I said, I don't know Atiku and I don't have any ambition in politics. He now said, don't worry, Atiku's number 2 is his blessed memory, High Chief Raymond Dokpesi, the owner of AIT. That was the man that lifted me into the political space. So Dr. Bayero works for him because he's a awarded popular journalist in Nigeria. So he took me to Raymond Dokpesi and I was working for Dokpesi. So Dokpesi brought me to Abuja and said, Rock, I've seen your skill. You're going to stay with me. You're going to work with me. So that's how I was working for Atiku and the PDP, and they gave me a position in the Presidential Campaign Council. So guess what? You see how someone introduced me to someone? When we finished that last election, I now went to go and meet my friend, Joey Zaza, Joseph Eze Okafo. Me and him, we attended Madonna together. Him and Shei Tinubu are good friends. And he said, Rock, see that thing you're doing? People will not win, no? Just leave that Atiku camp and run away from that Abuja. I said, how? He said, I'm telling you, these people have big plans. So I said, but I don't know anybody. He said, come. So we went to Obi Kubana's house in Abuja. I can't forget that day. And you know Tinubu is my enemy because I was in PDP's camp. So I got to meet, I went there, I see cars, all those all those blue and red lights and all those things. I said, Jesus. And then don't beat me for my mama. So I got there. Joey just said, don't worry, nothing will happen to you. He just said, Shay, meet Rock. Rock is working for Atiku. Let him leave Atiku and work with you. They said, are you a card carrying member? I said, no, I'm just an independent young man. No. I don't have any party membership. And she said, show me what you have about me. And I showed him. I said, we know everything you're doing. We know your intelligence operation. He said, what? From today, you'll be working with me. And that is how I started working with him. And from there, I was able to build trust. Why am I telling you this story? You need network. Don't stay and think that you're an island on your own. The world will move on. You need to be humble enough to appreciate relationships. And there's also something I'll leave you with today. You don't actually have the power to break relationships because everybody comes to you for a reason. Everybody you meet is for a reason. Trust me. Either for a lesson or for a good reason. Don't ever look down on anybody. You see those security you're seeing at the gates. You see those people that you feel that they cannot help you now. They might be instrument to your change tomorrow. Next is reverse mentorship, which I've given you a synopsis on, where you pair students with senior professionals to share fresh perspective, particularly around modern technology, social media trends, Gen Z workplace culture. The focus is on mutual knowledge exchange. It raises the imposter syndrome by showing students that their unique skills, their digital fluency are highly valued by industry variants. And reverse mentorship is very important, extremely important. And that's why for this reverse mentorship, one of the things I will leave you with is, if you're studying pharmacy, first search who is the best pharmacist in the world. Go and follow the person on Instagram. Are you with me, guys? If you're studying law, who is the best lawyer in Nigeria? Go and follow the person. You're not following the person because you just want to create your followership. No. You're following the person because whatever ideation, whatever thoughts, whatever perspective that person post can add to your life. So you want to know, you want to follow the trend with that community. So it is important. Reverse mentorship is something you should see. It's, and funny enough as it sounds, these are opportunities that were not there in the last 10 years, 20 years. Before you want to research, you will go and suffer and read. But now, just following Bill Gates online, you will know the latest trend in its technology. Just following Elon Musk, you will know the latest trend in space and rocket science. Just following SANS, senior advocate, people that have been distinguished in their field, you're going to learn a lot. These just don't give you a serious competitive advantage in the market. They makes you instruments of change in your respective fields. Last is design thinking in mentorship. This encourages mentees to treat their careers like prototype. Mentors guide students through the cycles of defining, empathizing, testing career hypotheses over true internships. The focus is career adaptability, project-based milestones, prevent students from feeling locked into a grid of career paths, making them agile, adaptable to market changes. Now, in design thinking mentorship, which is the last, what this does for you is to bring out your self-confidence. And let me tell you why I said self-confidence. A little knowledge is dangerous. Yes. You say half knowledge is even there. You heard what? A little is dangerous, and a little can stand you out. But you need to make effort. Now, one of the advantage of this is self-confidence. If you're not sure of something, you will not be confident of it. True or false? So exposing yourself to content. And one thing about this type of mentorship is that if you are not consistent, you can't get the best out of it. So that is where you have to also be consistent. Just like the last speaker said, don't claim to know more than your mentors. Don't. Because trust me, what they have seen, and that is one of the problems also with the change we're having. And let me give you a very pragmatic instance. You can, on your phone as you're seated down, tell AI, maybe your professor or your lecturer gives you an assignment, and he says, write on the importance of stem cell research in modern medicine. I'm sure half of you just go to AI and say, produce this thing for me. True or false? True or false? Your true is not proud though. Oh, because that one will catch you. You guys go to AI and tell AI to give you 4 pages, and AI will give you. Even though AI has bias. But let me tell you something. If you have a good mentor, they will take you through the rudiments. That AI will only give you enough to answer that your question and pass you. But when you're humble enough to know that what you know is only deep in the ocean, you will calm down and learn how this system works. And that is one big problem we are facing in the industry, in technology. How? A lot of my staffs in the office now, any small thing I tell them to do, AI. AI. And I'm like, what is this AI? Before AI came, you guys were coding and you guys were reading, you guys were programming, you guys were writing scripts. I tell you to build a software for me for case management. Before I open my eye and close my eye, you've done it. Emmanuel, Chukwudalo, how do you do it? They use AI. Okay. Deploy to production. They deployed it. When we gave it to the customer said if there's a fraud in their office, please, is your system compliant with audit trail and activity log? I said, Emmanuel, is that system compliant with our security standard? Because you use AI. When you're building a solution for an industry market, there are certain checklists by security, by global best practices you need to do. What are those checklists? Everything the user clicked, they need to be evidence. Who clicked this, at which date, at which time, who changed this amount on the system. They call it audit trail and activity log. But when you tell AI, just build this system for me, AI will not conform to any standard. So what you're producing is half systems. And that's because you're using AI. But if you have a mentor that take you through the rudiments, through the basics of how this thing works, you will not put your company into that problem. So you cannot overemphasize the role on design thinking mentorship in your life. I have a lot to tell you. I have a lot of use cases, but I think they've warned me, sir. Your time is up. I'll leave you today with be the best in whatever you're doing. Be disciplined. There are different types of discipline. Discipline of execution. Discipline of resilience. Marry what you want. Marry what you like. Pursue what you have passion for. Be the best in it. And the sky is your limit. Thank you very much. And God bless you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Rock Adote. Thank you for that brilliant presentation. I'm sorry we had to stop you when we did because of time. It's been a wonderful session and we are all happy. Thank you so much. We appreciate. Before we go into the next program, please, I want us to have another change. The man over there, please, give us soft music. Let us have a little shift from the mental exercise. Please. I think it's good. You can shake your head, shake your body a little as you are sitting. Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, we can just take 1 or 2 minutes. One or 2 minutes. And then get settled for the next thing. Please don't, it's not necessary going out. Good. At this point in time, ladies and gentlemen, I have to call on Dr. Charles. Dr. Charles, where are you? Please get ready. Once the music is over, you call the Deputy Vice Chancellor, in fact, the founder, to come and present an award to our guest speaker, Mr. Lawrence Madwabuchi Obewe. Please be getting ready. After this, we'll call you up to come and collect your award. Thank you. Be getting ready to settle down. getting ready to settle down. Thank you, the DJ. That was a good one. And I believe we have all exercised our body quietly, though. We are now going in for another thing. As I said earlier, I'm calling on Dr. Charles to please come and invite the founder, the DVC, to now do the next item on the program, which is presentation of award. Dr. Charles, sir.
Thank you so much, Ma. Thank you so much. Straight away into the business of the day, we've had series of epoch presentations from our guest speakers. And it's now time to appreciate and give award to one of them that presented a title, Disruptive Leadership Using Innovation for Community Impact. May I now invite the founder of the NextGen Mentorship and Leadership Initiative, Professor Martin Osita, to please come and present the due award to our Honorable Lawrence Madabuchi Obewe, which is due to him. May we now invite Honorable Lawrence Madabuchi Obewe to please come and receive the award from the founder of the NextGen Mentorship and Leadership Initiative. DJ, could you please stop the background?
This is amazing. Nobody. First of all, I want to give all glory to God for today, and to have the privilege. Is it not even better I hold it before you can hold this? To have the privilege of performing this task. But if you notice one thing, you see that all the mentors, right from Henry Okazu, who joined us from New York, Professor Jerome from Indonesia, Chuka, who joined us from London, and my own brother Rock here, and Lawrence and myself, you will notice that if you're a good student of history, you notice that we have been saying the same thing. We've been, drawing the point to credible relationship, resilience. That is all this thing is all about. Integrity, discipline. That's what it takes you, whether to be a leader, whether in the business, as an entrepreneur, as a political leader, or whatever leader you are. So, though I have other words for the mentee, but this evening where we'll have our dinner, we'll discuss some of those things. But I never knew that today I will be doing what I'm about to do now, giving my friend. Since after secondary school, have I seen you again? We haven't seen. So this young man used to be an oppressor, but he's a good guy. Very stubborn, though. You narrowly even escaped the principal from expelling you, but he ended up being your friend. And at the time, the principal bought a sandals for you. I remember. So that is to tell you the way he speaks, he's ready to die for anything. This, from those days in secondary school, we are about 4 of us. We just distinguished ourselves. You sent me that picture from, you sent me a picture. I didn't know. A picture we took those days, I think in 1998. In 1998, we took that picture. He sent it to me. So, and you're also good in documenting, in archiving. I didn't imagine from anywhere that such a picture exists. So that's to show. And also the work you have been doing in DFID, the UK agency that deals with development and development initiative. And not just that, rising to being an executive director in a UK department. You know what what it comes with? Discipline and somebody being very, very responsible. You know, those guys, they don't take any kind of persons. And for you to have risen to become a director, employing people, so the man that is here, I'm sure you don't, even those of us here don't know the person I'm by the side here. From here, from Madonna, I might go to him to give me job in United UK agency, at least to become one of their consultants. So, what are we saying? Building credible relationship is very, very important. And if somebody like Rock said, you must have a value. If I hadn't seen that value in him, we were just four of us. The whole secondary school is all boys. We are in thousands. But he is the person I singled out. Two Igbo guys, Kenneth Obiaboso from Ihiala, yes. And the other guy, I can't even remember his name, but Madabuchi, I will always say, and very, very intelligent, I must say. Very, very intelligent. I give it. So I'm honored to see you back. Please, can someone tell me from 98 to 2026, how many years, so that it will be on record? How many? 20. Oh, these guys are smart. Thank you. Thank you. Clap for them. This is amazing. So I'm seeing you after 28 years. I was in Kaduna last time, but we couldn't make. But you facilitated everything for me to see the DG of NICAT. Yes, in Kaduna, but because of the insecurity, I left immediately. They took me by helicopter. I was afraid to sleep in Kaduna, but I would have met him, but I had to run. So anyway, so thank you for all you have been doing. And
Correct him fully before this.
Okay. Oh, that's why you're a mother.
I think he deserves it. Thank you. Don't worry.
So I will read it, yes. Why? NextGen Mentorship and Leadership Initiative Award of Honor presented to Lawrence Madabuchuku Obiwe by NextGen Mentorship and Leadership Initiative on this day, 19th June 2026. Congratulations.
Congratulations once again. Let's appreciate him. Let's appreciate him. He deserves it. His citation showed it. His profile showed it. And his presentation showed it. Thank you so much. Dr. Rita? Okay, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Once again, I want to thank our DVC's friend, the secondary school friend. In fact, I can say now childhood friend, because by then you were all young boys. Yes. So I want to thank you for maintaining a good relationship. And I want to thank you for coming to Madonna University. I will count myself blessed for being part of this program and for working for Madonna University. How I wish I was a bit younger. Maybe I would have gotten something much, much better than what I have now. But I think I am still satisfied. Mr. Maduabuchi Obewe from that our side, thank you for coming. I will want to call on pharmacists and to please come forward. You have been a good PA to the DVC. You've been wonderful. I think most of the challenges that would have distracted him, you took good care of such challenges, and you're all moving. Honorable Rock talked of the sky being our limit, but I want to say the sky will be our base, not even our limit. What do you say to that? Fine. Please, you come forward and give a vote of thanks. Okay, all right. Now, I will permit you to please anchor this very program. Call them 1 minute each. Thank you.
Esom Chuku, 500 level pharmacy, step forward. NextGen MLI. NextGen MLI. NextGen MLI. Okpeyemi Manuela, step forward.
Good day, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, men and women of honor, the executive committee of this mentorship program, the Students' Council, the various departments and faculties of Madonna University, and my fellow mentees and students present here. Good day. I am Osunkwe Somchiku Testimony, a 500 level pharmacy student of the Faculty of Pharmacy. It is with great joy and gratitude to God that I stand before you all today to give my commitment speech for this mentorship program. I want to sincerely thank the organizers for this opportunity to be part of this mentorship program. I am truly grateful and excited to begin this journey. I strongly believe that growth comes from learning, and learning from those that have gone ahead of you. Because for every journey you want to embark on, there are people who are already taking that journey, and your ability to be humble to learn from those people is what makes a difference. As a pharmacy student with a passion for public health and leadership, I am committed to actively participating, contributing meaningfully, and making the most of this experience. I'll bring in my strong communication, teamwork, and research, and I'll be diligent and consistent in carrying out my responsibility. One of the things I know I have learned personally from this whole exercise today was that we're being given knowledge. And one of the things that knowledge does is that it equips you with power. As the Latin man will say, cum potesta magnat venut magnus responsibiliae, which means with great power comes great responsibility. So I pledge to be committed to this whole mentorship exercise. Thank you and God bless you.
Good day, everyone. My name is Ojo Okpeyemi Emanuela, and I'm here today to give my commitment speech. I am honored by the members of this great community, which is the NextGen Mentorship Leadership Innovation. And I am committed to learning, growing, and making the most of this opportunity. And I pledge to uphold the values of integrity, discipline, teamwork, and excellence while contributing positively to the community and to my fellow students and every other person, because this is an opportunity that everyone will need to take part in. Thank you very much for believing in my potentials, and thank you very much for believing that with this opportunity that you have given to me, I'm going to work in accordance with your rules, the regulations of this body, and I'm going to make sure that I make the sky indeed my stepping stone and I make it my base. There was something that was said here about being that you gave us the sorry. You said we are the launch pad and we are the rockets. You are the launch pad, and we are the rockets, and we are going to set the world on fire. So today, I've been given the privilege and the opportunity to be part of the people setting the world on fire. Thank you very much.
So during the course of the interview, these people performed very well. And I think Esomchuku had, like, let's say 100% in his interview. And then Emanuela also did well. So I'm here to give the vote of thanks. I think we were meant to end by 1:30 from the program, but here we are. So, honored guests, esteemed members, mentors, mentees, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Good afternoon. It is my absolute privilege to stand before you today to propose the vote of thanks for this monumental occasion, the official launch of the NextGen Mentorship and Leadership Initiative. Today, we didn't just launch a program, we ignited a movement to empower, guide, and elevate the leaders of tomorrow. So our chief guests and keynote speakers are Mr. Lawrence, aka Mazi. First and foremost, I would like to express our deepest gratitude for gracing us with your presence and delivering such a powerful, thought-provoking address. Your insights on leadership have set the power tone for this initiative, and I'm glad that you are one of the board of advisors in this initiative. So our esteemed mentors, Mr. Lawrence, of course, aka Mazi, Mr. Henry Ukazu, the one that joined us from New York, Mr. Rock Adote, Professor Jerome from Indonesia. A program like NextGen is only as strong as its guiding lights. To our mentors who have volunteered their time, wisdom, and experience, we say thank you. To the visionaries and organizers, I would love to say a massive thank you to our founder, which is Professor Martin Osita Nagboso. Thank you for the countless hours, the late nights, and the unwavering dedication required to turn this vision of NextGen into a reality. Because I remembered when you started speaking about it, like we didn't know it was going to be this huge. But I'm happy with what we are seeing here today. And in years to come, when you look back, you'll be proud of February, January this year when you started talking about this initiative. To our partners, thank you for believing in our mission and investing in the future of next generation. Your support is the engine behind this launch. To our audience and mentees, to everyone that joined us today, both in person and virtually, thank you for your energy and enthusiasm. To our inaugural cohort of mentees, this initiative was built for you. Seize this opportunity with open minds and build ambitions. Behind the scenes of every seamless event is a dedicated tech member headed by, should I say tech members, headed by Mr. Edison and Mr. Dennis. I think we all here will agree that we experienced something really different in Madonna University this time around. Thank you so much. And Auntie Choma, aka Chief of Staff, she's clearing, she's here and she's doing clearance. And she's also arranging logistics for everyone. Thank you so much. I will call everybody's name because I'm really happy with what happened today. This event is very organized, so I won't leave anybody's name out of this. We have Mr. Chooks, who is sick and couldn't make it here. That's the General Rep for Boys. We have the Students' Council President, Mayor, and his team. We have Obi Kelly for publicity. We have Franklin for decoration, Emmanuel Mary. All of you, I want to say a very big thank you to you. because it's not easy. This is the community impact that we are talking about. Then to the DVC secretary, Ms. Dorcas, thank you for the background work, the printing and correcting and all of that. Thank you. Thank you to Farm Esther for bringing up ideas. And also, thank you to Mr. John for being part of this initiative. We're helping with graphics work and also, you know, the whole graphics designing and all. Thank you to you guys. Now, no go clap. Is it easy to design flyers and bring up ideas? And myself, I know small. I know small. So yes, I will thank myself. Yes. So I'll end by saying that lastly, the volunteers who ensured that today was flawless. To those that cleaned, you know, swept, and even stayed with the carpenter till he was done yesterday, likes of Charles, Obina, thank you so much. Behind the scenes of every seamless event is, okay, we've said that. So leadership is not all about the next election, it's about the next generation. As we close this launch ceremony, we officially begin the real work of transformation. Thank you all for being a part of this historic beginning. Have a wonderful rest of the day and a beautiful weekend. NextGen MLI. NextGen MLI.